Hobie ho, let's go.
Hey, ho, let's go.
Hello, welcome to another thrilling adventure of GenSekai. This actual play production is brought to you by our patrons. I almost feel like I should have gotten more 1920s reporter there.
Yeah, StudiOmega Productions here.
Dateline, Mount Fuji. No. That's not
On this episode
right.
of Hulu.
It's not the right read at all. Anyway. Thank you to our patrons such as Adam Harplex, Doji, Call Me Zed, Carlos, Dragon, Ferris, Felice Spirit, Jeremy Vasquez, JDV 9000, Joseph Fay, Jonathan Sandoval, Charlotte, Legendary Boss Hunter, Liam Kessler, Region Raptor, Rise of Kenji, Rogue Robin, Trevor, Sean Pryor, some guy named Bob, and Varian the Crow. If you like we do, West on Patreon. Hey, bada, hey, bada, swing, bada. We're just all over the place today. All right, okay. It's GenSekai. You have finished Pensy Island. Mark it off your book. It's done forever.
It's in our books, yeah.
You guys had a very lovely meal with some fairies, and then you probably went back to your boat to nap because it was like the middle of the afternoon.
Yep.
And so everybody take a full day's rest, heal all your strain, heal one wound.
I had one left.
Handle any further beeswax there. I'm sure Porter can tally up your injuries later if you still got some.
Oof.
Nope. I'm
And
fine.
so you guys are ready to weigh anchor and set back off.
Woo!
Before you go, speaking of like gathering supplies and restocking, obviously a little bit of fishing happened while you guys were gone because that was authorized to fish off the side a little. So there's probably some fresh fish, some of which I'm sure would already have been eaten while you guys were away. But Lady Patissa did say that basically said that she doesn't need anything on the top half of the island, so it was free to take. So before you go, I'm sure you still have some leftover chicken and eggs.
Yeah.
But there were, wild berries, mushrooms, and a kind of edible sweet grass here if you wanted any other additional gathering.
Sure. I'd like to gather up some berries.
All right. You have plenty of time, so there's no need to roll anything out for it. Yeah, you can gather up some fresh wild berries.
Hell yeah, I'm gonna make some jam with this shit. Actually, where'd you put those recipe cards, by the way?
Let me see. That's linked, right? Yeah. Oh my god, Google, why? There we go, share. I don't know why copying the link is a fucking submenu.
There we go. Yay. I gotta remember these.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm gonna need some sugar. Very well done.
Yeah.
But I will gather up
Sugar.
berries.
So, what you were probably grabbing. Yeah, red berry, probably equivalent of like a strawberry or cherry. Those are in season in spring.
Alrighty, I will mark red berry. Red berries.
All right, so Porter, spends, like I said, you guys would have technically had, a couple hours before dark in the afternoon on your big dungeony day. I don't imagine anybody wanted to go out and do any, like, heavy lifting or anything after, like, 4 fights or whatever.
I wouldn't.
So, I figured, nothing to get out there. But you had some time, gather some berries, take some stuff in. Again, there's not really anything to hunt unless you guys want to knock over more feral chickens.
Oh, good.
So
Tempting, but no.
before we set out, there is actually a question I have about the disposition of things.
Disposition.
Yeah, because I have how I have my loot buffer.
Yeah.
So I know things that you guys have that I know also that you're not using. Who's carrying the little death right now?
I am.
Okay. Yes, I see. Are you planning on using that item ever?
I liked having it as as like a thing I could hide on my body.
That's
So that's
not
a no.
what it's for. Okay, yes. So
Okay.
you're not going to use that. All right.
All right, let's give it to someone else then.
Well, given her current damage questions, I was actually wondering if that thing might also end up with Gwen because
I was thinking.
it's useful.
I mean, I can't use it.
Yeah. At the moment, I have no question where the Cocytus Cutlass is. That's with Mort, but
It's at my
I know
house.
that Morticia cannot wield it effectively right now, but Mort still has possession of it somewhere.
Do you want me to give it to Gwen?
You should probably just give it to Gwen.
If
Uh,
you want, yeah. Just give her another knife. This one's
Especially
also a
because
gun.
you have a murder katana now.
Murder Tana.
All right, I can make a note of that because I have the loot buffer, and then I have this handy document, The Travelers of Many Paths.
Yeah.
Which, yes, Google, I do spell the British way with 2 L's. It's more fantasy. Stop getting on my case.
but you can also probably. I think I just make sure sheet, so you can always grab what I've added for
Oh,
Ishiwara.
I thought you were just
there.
misspelling it.
I mean, I don't know what we've added for Ushiwara. I feel like also last session you implied that he had the snake scarf, but also I'm not sure.
Also, didn't he almost fucking die?
That's true, yes.
Yeah.
He got healed, but what I was saying was I felt like either in an off discussion or last session you implied that Uchiwara had the snake scarf, but in my notes I have Gwen as having the snake scarf, so that means that one of you said definitely Gwen takes the snake scarf.
I gave it. I know. I wrote it down for Ishiwara because it's on my sheet for like I don't know how long ago.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I wrote it down for Gwen, which means definitely, probably Lucky said, "Hey Gwen, you want the snake scarf?"
I'm just happy to be here.
I do not remember. I remember I did give the snake scarf to somebody. Who? I don't know.
Perhaps
Mortis
the
is
listeners
by-
at home can help us track down where it went, what went where, when.
Mortis, and by extension, Dallas's attitude towards loot is look at something, do I want it? If no, I throw it on the pile.
Let me see here.
And forget about it.
Yeah, she can take the little death if she wants a better base knife. I'll just remove it from my sheet.
Well, I don't know if it's a better knife.
Oh,
'cause
I
have to
double
do some
checked it
fucking math
here.
work.
This was not done in voice. It was done in text. Axe, I said I was gonna get rid of my Brigadier and Snake Scarf, and Axe said, "Actually, can I give the scarf to Uchiwara?" So yes, it was Axe.
What date was that, if you've got it? What's the timestamp on that?
6/27, 2023. So months ago. Like,
Jeez, yeah.
About 2.5 months ago.
yeah.
We've had Uchiwara that long?
I mean, yeah.
We had him before. I think we had him before we fought the Dread Pirate.
No, we definitely didn't.
No,
No,
it was
had him
after we went
just
to
after fighting
Tay.
the Dread Pirate.
We got him in Tay.
Yeah, because we got him in Tay.
Just
I just
after
didn't
the
realize
Pirate.
Tay was
Omega,
2 months ago.
Here's a good question, Omega. Well, we had some breaks here and there.
Yeah, no,
Probably
because
was
we're
fine,
talking about
yeah.
the
Brawn
grapple gauntlet
5
and
or
stuff.
Brawn 4? Because I wrote down the complete stats, which doesn't work for Melee. I think he was Brawn 4.
Who?
Rallis the Deathless.
Oh, okay, I don't know.
I
Yeah,
think we
you guys,
got
you guys
the
aren't going to know that one.
Nope.
Nope.
So I said it to me. Okay, yeah, so I think he was 4. And then his, phase 2 was 5.
Phase 2. I can
So
never
that
not
means
say
it's
that.
a +2 weapon. So it's not actually better than any of her current daggers.
Yeah.
The gun part's better, though.
Bang.
You see, Gwen has the same problem that Axe constantly is bemoaning, in that, base damage for melee weapons is calculated based on your brawn.
Yeah, just get better brawn.
Get swole, nerd.
I like it takes like hundreds of XP.
No.
Do you even lift? Look, Morticia has a higher brawn than you, so
Ryan just had a chance to increase his brawn, and he said no.
yes, but you are squishy mage, Shota, so that
I'm a
makes
death
sense.
build. What do you want of me?
Squishy mage soda.
Am I incorrect in statement?
Nope.
Actually, here's a question.
We're role playing right now.
Aaron, what is Master Ryan's wound threshold? Actually,
14.
what is mine? Let me double
Keep in
check.
mind, he gets like I think a +2 buff from the robes he's wearing right now.
Yeah, I do have +2 buff from the robes I'm wearing.
Okay,
So.
Yeah,
okay.
there's
So
this-
mine's
there's
4.
this
Mine,
stat-
I have 15. Like,
I'll say this: Morticia's is actually higher than Mortis's.
What is this?
It's 20.
Oh, the same as mine.
22.
Oh, okay, never mind. No, I'm only 20.
Morticia
Yeah,
has
man.
worse,
Mostly because I
worse
also
soak, though.
blood magic stuff. Yeah, she has worse soak and worse defense than Mortis.
I have removed the little death from my sheet. There you go. It's in
Yep.
the stats in the
That's
chat.
good.
Although
I
I'm
know,
pretty sure I
like
still have
said,
the
I know.
highest soak in the
I got the...
party.
Okay, you had the +2 written down. All right.
What's your soak, Porter?
3. I don't I don't wear armor.
God, we all have 3
Okay,
soak.
what's your soak, Leona? Okay, yeah, no, I
3.
definitely have the highest.
There's
soak in
no
the
way
party.
Leona's soak is 3.
I only have 2 brawn and I have +1 soak armor.
Oh my god, what the fuck is wrong with you? You need to get over your obsession with
Mine's
your fucking armor
7.
attachments. Jesus.
To be fair, one is naturally just because I'm a construct, so.
Well, yeah.
I mean, I'll go look for like heavier armor, I guess. Like, it only have 1 extra soak.
I mean, you don't have to. No, you don't need to worry about buying armor. You should accept armor that I hand to you, but not bitch about the fact.
I mean,
that
all
you
the
can't
armor
be,
you
like,
use only
double
also
invisible.
soak +1. Like, it's never been more soak.
That is not true.
I mean, the armor that was it's not made yet, but the armor that was offered up last time was conditionally soak 2. It was admittedly normally default soak 1, but had other factors.
Ugh.
That one, Morticia's making. Speaking of
Yeah, I
which,
know
that
you
is
have-
probably what I'm going to be doing on the
You have
airship.
access to I think it's Wild Magic Improved gives you the battle casting for built-in. Anyway, as I joked about us role playing, but we're kind of in the weeds a little here. But so you guys rest, like we said, and set out.
Yeah.
And I do have this, as noted, I was talking about this because I have this handy document about the travelers now. Also link that
Would it
one
be
if you wanna
possible
double-check
for
any
me
of
to
these
note
stats.
somewhere, like ask like where the like coordinates for where this island is, in case I want to come back?
Yeah, you've got a map table. You probably would need to. Well, speaking of using my handy dandy list of peoples, the maidens, who's got the biggest brain here?
Ruth?
Yes.
Yeah,
She's in
probably.
5, but her no geo's not anything.
Can we do a combined check?
Yeah.
Because I do have 3, but I am Porq.
Yeah, Ruth has int 5. She's normally, the navigator and coordinator on the boat.
Yes, I would like to coordinate
'cause-
with Ruth and properly mark down where.
It is magical, so there's no 100% guarantee, but you can, because again, you have the map table built in, so that's like automatically taking examinations of the surroundings. You can like get in your adventurer's codex and try and like calculate maps, and Ruth can do all the math for you. So, yeah, let's call this probably a hard no geo check.
Righto. Do I have anything for? No, I do not. I go.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect you to have anything for a knowledge check.
Nice.
All right, yeah, you got it. You can jot down you can figure out the map coordinates.
All right, I will put that in my journal because that is important to know.
You will probably need somebody with some cartographer's tools to like unpack it, but yeah. All right.
Map coordinates for. How do we spell this island? Because I'm gonna spell it fucking Penis Island if I actually don't know. Pinsea.
No, no, no. It'd be It'd be penis land.
No, it's pense.
Pense
Pense.
Island. Pense Island. There we go.
It's probably
It's the French
like
word for pansy, as in flower.
I remember that,
Yeah,
but I'm just like.
pins.
All
But also, it's spelled pensy, so I was like, okay, we're going with that one.
right.
They'll chuckle.
Because in our inner 12-year-olds told us to.
Yeah, pretty much. Anyway, after that, Porter will actually what time is it?
Depends on when you want to do that. Would that be morning the next day or the afternoon of the current day? I guess.
I would do that before we actually left, so we didn't actually like get our fucking.
So by then it's probably because you were also out picking berries. It's probably like dusk or evening.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Then actually, I would just retire for the evening then.
All right. So you wake up bright and early.
Yay.
The ship weighs anchor. I would, like as usual, because this should be your last full day of travel, I would like somebody to make me an average survival check with mysterious assistance.
all right then.
I would like to make bets.
What's your pool?
My pool is 3 yellow, 1 green.
All right, let me help you then.
Is
I
that
have 4
skill or
cunning.
non-skill
Okay.
assistance?
I have 4 cunning too.
Okay, so it'd be 4 yellow.
So
Yeah, it's the cunning that's.
yeah, so just I guess
And don't forget your assistance.
Hard, right?
Nope, average.
I guess you take some boost for me,
Oh.
I guess, because my pool doesn't affect yours.
Is that Leona is 2 survival.
I'm
4
gonna
cunning.
re-roll that.
Oh, do you have natural?
What?
Do you have the talent natural?
Yes, I have natural for primal
Okay.
and survival.
Okay.
You just didn't add the boost.
You also, yes. I explicitly said there was mysterious assistance. You did not add that die.
Ah,
Oh, that one for me.
Include that when you re-roll it, but it would not change the results of the first check because the maximum you can get is 1 success, so it would still fail.
It would have been 2 die.
so it's 2 boost die or 1 boost
It's
die?
two.
Okay, wait. No. Okay, we stop this right now because Axe is not good at, I guess, enunciating enough that Dallas listens. Dallas, how many points in survival and cunning do you have?
I have 3 points in cunning and 4 points in survival.
Yes. So Dallas was correct and rolled the right number of dice.
Oh, okay.
All right.
I just forgot the mysterious assistance.
Yes.
Yeah.
You need 1 blue die for mysterious assistance. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Skill checks.
Because you have better cunning than me.
Oh.
Ow!
Interesting. All right. Morticia, this is your I think this is your first time taking a crack at the navigate check of the boat. You look at the map table,
Jesus.
you look at the
Christ.
horizon, you look at the island, you look back to the horizon. You can go, well, the sun rises in the east, so we just head opposite that, right?
Oh boy.
It'll all work out.
I'm just gonna leave the navigation room.
Leona just leaves in despondence.
No, you're involved with this too. You helped me. We came to this incorrect conclusion.
I think you
together.
ignored half the things I told you.
Well, hold on, wait. No, that's
I think
you're the triumph, Chief. That's that extra yellow die. That last die is the triumph.
I guess I find something then.
All right.
No, you help. No,
you just
I
avert disaster
I
is what you
convince
do.
you. I convince you of the wrong thing. Is what this reads to me.
Can you?
Well, there's no failures.
Can you literally roll something other than 11? I'm yelling at my percentile dice. Okay, sorry, they were stuck for a second. Okay, all right. Well, this works. Okay. All right.
We're in a tornado.
No, it's not that
Not
bad.
a spare.
But you don't really with a failure, you don't really make up any extra time. You don't get lost or anything. Like, again, making that joke about Morticia's instinct about which direction to go, and like even if Morticia's not listening to Leona, you understand enough basics of wilderness navigation to be like, you're headed in the right general direction. And Captain Pepper can apply her, esteemed common sense to this and hope that things are, not the fuckled. But you're not making any extra time, despite the fact that you've got, once again, prevailing favorable wind conditions and everything.
I don't even know what disadvantage and triumph do. We'll see.
You mean failure with triumph?
Well, there's advantage symbols.
It means we are triumphantly incorrect.
No.
Yes, it does.
I mean, yes, no, that literally is what it means.
You failed. You do not navigate correctly. But boy, howdy, are you good at it?
We're so good at being
I am
bad.
sorry that I'm so used to seeing 0 just means fucking neutral.
No, that is
That's not
not
the case.
actually. You need to
Yeah,
show
0 means
success
failure.
symbols technically in the system to count as a success. No success result is a failure.
Yeah. Failure is indeed the absence of success.
That's a good way to look at it. Anyway, you guys will other than this circle round will be, like I said, not necessarily making any good time. So there's no, since there were no despairs resolved, there's no like immediate disaster. It's just there's probably some slightly sleepy discussion in the the captain's cabin a little bit before Leona comes out, head in hands, and then Morticia comes out a little bit later, and you just keep going in the general direction you're going. So those of you who want to do crafting and stuff or any of your other checks, can feel free to work on that, and I will dispense with your regularly scheduled encounter when it is most thematically appropriate.
Morticia, I want you
I
to
would
remember
like
this.
to attempt
Weiss
to
does
craft.
not exist.
You can't prove that. Some culture knows about Whist. I guarantee you.
Did I have crafting I was gonna do? I don't think so.
I think
You
I'm
should
the
get
only
your
one with
crafting in there.
crafting to do.
Yeah, I don't have any. I don't have any crafting.
This is still a mechanics check, correct?
Yes.
I had stuff to craft,
I
but
need
I
to-
had to get, resupply an Ombre first before I could do another craft check for the things I failed on. So
Was it the book?
I need to look at something
anyways,
first, and
almost
then-
everything, unfortunately, except for my automaton.
Oh.
All right, yep. Okay, so I cannot do that. So I can just make a normal ass crafting check.
I should have seen if there was some. Oh, I'm an idiot.
Yeah, there
Is
was
it
a
a
few, but I
easy?
need to-
Is it a medium craft to craft the Oni armor?
Let me double check. I think it was hard, but I will check my notes. That's
Okay.
tab. Here we go. Like, what did you? What were you
Oh
looking for?
no! I was just thinking about stuff because I've made the set of the set of Mullet, and I want to put him in a nice box. And I was like, I can make a box, but I'm like, I don't have any wood to make a box. And I was like, wait a minute, I was on a fairy fucking island. I probably could have got some fairy fucking wood, but I didn't fairy fucking think about it.
Well, actually, hey, fun fact. Nah, you couldn't have.
Oh.
Remember, they had giant flowers instead of trees.
Oh,
Yeah,
correct.
there was no wood. There were no trees on the side of the island we were allowed to take stuff from.
You can get fairy
There
pollen. You
were-
can probably get fairy pollen.
There was some like rattan and reeds and stuff like that where
I
the
don't know.
boss sun was hanging out, but not like hardwood.
Yeah, okay.
I guess it's
Never
hard.
mind.
I'm
Yeah.
going to use survival to make it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Not because it would be any different in the check, but because I have natural, so I can reroll it.
Can't you only use natural once
You
it's
already re-rolled.
Shit.
It's once
Okay,
a
well then
session.
it doesn't matter what I use.
I'll join you just so we can actually see how the fuck you make it.
Actually, no, it does. It does matter. I will use mechanics because I get a boost die to using mechanics check to craft,
Very well done.
Okay.
and I don't get that to using survival to craft.
I'm gonna go polish my.
Right. Yep, that's about right.
Okay. All right.
That's a lot of threat. Holy crap, that's a lot of threat.
Roll off threat die.
Just raw threats. All right. Well, let me get the chart.
The
So
Well, I succeeded in making it at least.
yeah, I'm pretty sure at a 3 difficulty, it will probably be taking you about the difficulty is usually what the rarity halved
Yeah.
with rounding, so it's probably about 6 hours default. And let me get the crafting chart. Because probably gonna beef that up a little.
It just fights you and tries to get the.
Okay.
Well, with how I'm making the armor and what I'm forming it into, it does make sense that it would be difficult. 'Cause I am getting a little fancy with the formation of it.
Oh, you should have asked Master Ryahn to use his runic forge. I don't know if that would have helped, but he does have one. What does that do anyway?
It helps with crafting checks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Specifically, magic item. Yep, +1 blue to mechanics checks. Also, the checks are completed in half the time.
I
Yeah.
should have used forge.
That's the helpful part. Yeah. So I'm just gonna spend all 3 on the take extra time. This is gonna be a 9-hour project.
Jesus.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Also, hey, I wanna remind people for future. I don't know if anybody actually remembers this about crafting, and often I will hand wave when you've got special materials, but this is explicitly in my notes on the crafting check.
Oh, cool.
So, while obviously you guys can buy a lot of stuff, if you want to take salvaging for appropriate things, there's checks for that.
Yeah, I know.
For this specific check, it probably won't matter.
Yeah.
Just because I'm
Difficulty to half
using
the rarity.
the skin.
Okay.
But yeah, so you will produce the armor with the stats.
I'm doing it in kind of a corset and like armor two-piece thing. Like kind of a corset design and then
Yeah.
an overlapping like mostly shoulder back protecting piece.
Yep. So it has those results.
Yep.
And yeah, as I said before, that was not copied there. The end result is, very interesting. It's got a leather base, but then kind of hardened chitin plates over the actual like strike areas, which is kind of like, a little spiky, a little bristly. No matter what you try and do with the shape of it, the main torso piece comes out slightly patterned like an oni face.
Yeah. No, I'm fine
And
with that.
yeah, some of your your shoulder elements and other like side pieces kind of have like natural like flow and swoop to the chitin, which kind of has a shape that like evokes swirling flame or striking snow. Kind of like, huh, neat.
It'd definitely be more on the snow side.
Yeah.
But
Some of the flame patterns though, kind of like I said, bleed through because there was a red one and a blue one.
Yep.
All right, so that's taking you your whole day.
Yeah.
Anybody else doing anything in the day?
No, Porter will do breakfast and lunch, but probably use all the rest of the eggs on making a breakfast scramble. How many people do we have aboard?
I think the crew is like, I think there's like 12 of them.
12, so that's 16. Probably don't have enough eggs to give everyone a good plan. So,
Well, you got a lot of salted pork.
yeah.
Bacon.
I can add a bit of water to thin out the eggs, make them stretch a little bit further. A bit of salt. What's my flour stores like? Nah. Scroll. Oh, actually, I don't have any flour. I'm a fool.
Gecko should be fine. I think, did we cover all of Uchiwata's healing last time?
He's still like 3 wounds left, but I think he
he'd
might be
heal
okay.
one naturally. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, no. I think it's just gonna be salted pork and thin eggs for breakfast.
There's still fresh eggs. Better than
Yep.
anything else. I think you guys have I'm not sure how much oil you guys have lying around, but I'm pretty sure you've got extra flasks of oil, so you can do a very crisp bacon fry in a skillet. I should note that mechanically, because, this is a game that is based in a game rules universe, the text is never very picky about what sort of oil you use. I don't think I've ever actually in my notes split the difference between cooking oil and then, flask of oil you throw on person to make them on fire more.
Yeah, I got 4 oil flasks.
Yeah, oil's oil, so you can definitely spice that up a little. All right.
Yeah, when we get to fucking Ombre, I'm gonna load up on more stuff.
Ryahn, anything in particular you are doing? I will say for sure, your entire morning to noonish time about lunchtime is free. There's no interference. So.
Probably just taking some notes on the airship.
All right. Take some notes, doing some sketches.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Then, in the early hours of the afternoon, the sun's starting to rotate around to the west, not the west, as apparently Leona and Morticia have been having this discussion all day. It starts to get a little cloudier than normal. The weather doesn't really turn. You guys did roll pretty good on those advantages and triumphs. But you do notice, in general, anybody who's above on deck, which would not be Morticia at this moment because you are busy crafting up a storm. It's probably only been 6 or 7 hours.
Yeah, and I'm probably in the bottom area of the hold because it would smell something fierce.
Yeah, curing and stretching hide would be very smelly. You hang out with the barrels and barrels of dried fish.
Basically, yeah.
So, you guys are looking around. Maybe you taking some notes and stuff, getting some fresh air. Maybe I think Leona spends most of her time on deck just by her nature. You do notice it being a little cloudier than normal. Kind of gotten some banks of cloud forming to your north. I would like anybody who is up on deck to make me a average percepting check. Sorry, I'm just thinking of another Team 4-star quote. You're not meditating, you're napping. I know the difference. And then I just say that in the grandpa voice. You're not meditating, you're napping.
Wow.
Are the dice trying to kill us today? I feel like the dice are trying to kill us today.
And D1's doing some stees. Okay, Ryahn, take a strain. So what both of you see is, like I said, there's kind of a northerly, bank of clouds forming. Both of you have enough wherewithal with your extra gumption on that check to know that this is not a normal formation. Leona, you have just studied the weather and, outside stuff for scouting and spent many, many hours outside enough to know, how storm fronts and weathers move. And Ryahn, you are a air mage primarily, so you understand that as well. So there is a big block of clouds to your north. It's kind of unusually sweeping in your direction. Leona, especially with that level of extra success through your opera glasses, zoom in. You switch out the lenses all the way out. I can see, flashes of lightning in there. But what both of you make out is inside this like huge moving cloud bank, and maybe in the distance you can hear kind of a
Lightning whale?
yes, it is a giant skyfish.
Lightning whale! Sick!
Which is actually, yes, as like you said, lightning whale is actually more of a toothed whale or leviathan species that has somehow become engorged on air ether. So, in the distance, you can see what looks like, the outline of a toothed whale. The kind of thing, by the way, that I don't think either of you would have seen in the. Technically, you're in the Shade Sea, but you're in the southern, half, which is more stable. So, like, it's way too far south for that. Whales are much more common as you go up the coast towards the Breach or in the Frost Sea in the north. But, big body, long tail, huge luminous wings enough to carry itself, but also its body is covered in these like bony plates, which are naturally studded with skystone, the same kind of thing that is keeping your airship in the air.
Oh, sick!
And there is a huge horn of amber sticking out of the center of its head.
I want that horn.
And it's just kind of whooshing by. But you guys can tell with Leona's level of extra success and Ryahn with his triumph, the skyfish is rotating and making a bearing in your general direction. Leona might be thinking with her, again, level of extra success. You've probably heard some stories, you yourself are also a little bit, air aspected. You keep track of things that fly. You may remember reading something somewhere in like one of your pillow books or something about skyfish being territorial.
Oh.
And you were currently in the air.
I'm not sure where she would word it, but she's
Ryahn
trying to
will
alert everyone
call
else
out,
to like.
Captain Pepper, skyfish bearing down from the north.
What?
The giant whale.
We've entered its
It's
territory.
bearing down on us.
Son of a. So there's gonna be an all hands call.
Mm-hmm.
So the rest of you can rustle up from whatever you're doing. And yeah, I mean, Pepper will kind of call out to you guys' general direction. Not in anybody particular, but like, all right, what are we doing? I think's big. And I think it's a little more maneuverable than us.
Is it faster than us?
It's a good question. What is the... That's in that one. Where
Let's see,
is
where
the actual
is
heavy
my
stat score?
Character sheet.
Let's see. Its speed... Your speed is 3.
Yep.
The Skyfish is an agility of 4. So it would have a pretty good run of trying to catch you. We got a little time. We could make an attempt.
Well, I'm of the personal opinion of making a break for it.
Definitely try that, and if it gets too close, we can persuade it that we're.
Actually,
Do you want to try to persuade, or do you want to deter it?
Well, if we get away from it, then that's better. But
yeah, I have an idea. Let's try and make a break for it, and then we can see if we can like throw up some smoke to maybe put it off the trail. I don't know, unless skyfish have some super perceptory organs or something like that. Do they?
What knowledge would it be to learn more about
Dungeoneering. If you want to know about mobs, traps, and hazards, Dungeoneering.
This counts as a beast, right?
You have Dungeon
Yes.
Journey, right?
Yeah, I have to.
Specifically, this is classification magical beast.
Magical beast.
Because it's a whale that is full of lightning.
Yeah, so definitely if I rolled for it,
A
I'd
whale
have 2
full of
boost.
lightning.
What would be the difficulty of this?
I can aid you with my 4 intellect, so.
I'd appreciate it, actually.
This would probably be hard. This is magical and it is a little obscure.
Alright. Pull my phone, think about my own life.
All right, 3 successes. Okay. Not particularly got any extra sensory powers. You know, they're. It is still fundamentally a whale, so probably sensitive to sounds. Is you assume anyway. Natural philosophies at a certain state in this magical fantasy realm. I think most people would assume whales have some kind of sensitive hearing because they sing to each other.
Mhm.
So it's probably still got good ears, but it's not necessarily got any additional sensory powers. Based on what it's got going on. You do know that they are, pretty big. This is a Silphor creature. They're very heavy. They are toothed, so they are not filter feeders. So they could nom on you. Their general hunting patterns is to just like open up their mouths and suck in clouds whole for water, eat flocks of migratory birds, occasionally go for a scoop in the shallows, if they see a flock of fish. So they probably got a decent like distance vision, but yeah, no particular special. With 3 success, I can tell you this thing does not have a particularly notable perception score, and does not have any special powers related to seeing or defeating concealment or anything.
Is this thing bigger than the boat?
No, you are
No.
still 5.
Yeah.
It's
What seal is
technically
it?
smaller than you. 4.
It's still big,
but-
but we're bigger.
I mean, on that point, Leona would know this thing could fuck your shit up. In
It
that
could
it
bite
could,
Really
the-
want to fight the giant whale.
I mean, Leona would know that they're a good source of materials. They would drop a lot of amber and ambergris.
Baleen,
Ambergris.
whalebone.
Well, no baleen, but whalebone.
Yeah,
Yeah,
whalebone. That's what I meant. And blubber.
skystone and lots of waxes and oils from the blubber.
If we beat it,
by
would
the
all
way,
the maps just
Morticia
fall
would
down, or would
have
they land
come
on
up
us?
to the deck.
Well, yeah, because there was a call. Yeah.
We
So
need-
like,
we need
if
harpoon
you
guns.
had to tussle with it, it's worth it. But
Like-
it's got some scary moves. It's big. It's got a big tail. It's got a big mouth.
Yeah, I know.
It's got big wings.
Like, yeah, because remember the ship is still 5. We are still 1.
You do recall though you are armed with I think 1 forward ballista and 2 side Scorpios.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One
How
forward
up
ballista,
can they
one
aim?
port,
Because-
and 1 starboard Scorpio.
Yeah, so you've got some heavier weapons if you get into a tussle. But
How upward can they aim?
upward from what?
The position of the guns. Can they? Is it completely like locked in place?
No, they say which arcs they
They
are.
have a fire arc.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like honestly, I feel like that'd be way too confusing. So I'd rather make a attempt to run first, and if we cannot flee, then we do the combat.
All right. Because I was thinking about we all try to, I guess, summon a cloud to surround us as we just use it to like cover ourselves to run.
You fog of war, yeah. I
Yeah.
think that sounds what Porter was thinking.
Yep.
Well, I
Alright.
got another.
Or
I got
even
another
just
idea
cover
as
ourselves
well.
with a cloud.
I will say, speaking of that complication, the way the guns are arranged, if you try and turn tail and just full speed it, you do not have anything covering your rear arc, so
Yeah.
you will have to do some further maneuvering. But okay, all right. Well, okay. Unless you guys want to try and take over flying the boat, Pepper's gonna give it her besties.
Yeah.
Right.
Should I also cast my my cloud cover spell here?
Hey, how far away from us is the thing?
No, it's pretty far. Leona spotted it, and
Like what
and,
distance?
Extreme,
probably
maybe?
still like extreme. Like it's far.
Okay, extreme. Got it.
All right.
I would love to say long, and Dallas would shoot a spell, and then it would activate its auroral beam and fucking blast your asses. But no, you caught it early. It
You know, it has a range attack.
Of course, it has a ranged attack. You think I'm fucking?
I thought you would have said that beforehand.
I think I actually did suggest. I mentioned about the big
no,
wings and the
they did.
tail, and it's got like
A giant amber horn?
Yeah, it's got a
Okay.
lot of energy running through it.
Oh, I know what
Anyway.
I'm doing. Okay.
Anyway, you guys are not doing anything yet because you told Pepper to escape. So unless
Yes.
you are gonna like take the wheel from her, she's gonna roll that first, and we're gonna see how that one goes.
Yep.
Because if this goes very poorly, I don't know if your attempts to mist up will matter. I did say it eats clouds whole.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm not misting out.
Okay, so
What are you doing?
Pepper, you operating 4 into 2. The difficulty of this is based on your silhouette, which is a lot, and then based on your speed, which is going to be all of it because you'd like to leave.
Yeah.
Add 1 setback for handling -1. It is a boat in the sky.
Skyboat.
Yeah, that won't be quite as useful, I guess.
Pepper does not get to add anything on this, though she does have natural, so she can re-roll this once. And it didn't seem
Can I
like
assist her
anything
to
was
give her
gonna do
my
anything to...
agility pool?
It's not agility based.
Yeah, it's in.
Oh, right, no, right, it's
We don't
operating.
have piloting in this or driving. It's riding or operating.
Right, it's operating.
Yep.
Mind then.
So it's int based.
Also, I don't think you can really help someone, helm. Is there? I don't think there's a co-pilot seat.
No.
Yeah.
There
Also, I
are
think it would be-
actions to assist this, but it sounds
Yeah.
like all of you guys are like prepping spells and stuff. So
I have a spell prepped.
yeah.
I
So
also have a spell prepped.
we're gonna roll it out.
Nice.
Okay. That's got a triumph in it and only 3 threats, so she's gonna take that.
Mhm.
I believe that's
Stressful.
just gonna be the Heavenly Maiden's just gonna take 3 system strain.
Okay.
With a triumph, I'm gonna say you guys can still choose to cast your spells if you want for fluff. That is not necessary though. This scooch gets pretty good. So yeah, Pepper cries down to the engine room. Whatever the fantasy equivalent of get the lead out is.
Mhm.
The chemical furnace powering this thing flares. You kind of from your exhaust.
Ruth has to yell down from the engine room, "I'm giving it all she's got, Captain."
Yes. You hear a steam whistle for some reason. And Pepper also flips some levers to like kick in your anchor so you guys like dive to gain speed.
Oh, that's a good
And just
idea.
kind of but the strain comes from when she has to pull out of the dive.
Makes sense.
So yeah.
Yeah.
You kind of like
All right.
creak as you cruise above the waves, but you build enough distance sufficiently that the skyfish, I mean, I guess I should probably roll its like flying check to see because it's kind of like a
Because
chase.
it might
but
get a triumph.
Yeah.
let's see. This would be coordination for flying.
It's like if it gets a triumph too, we might not be out of the
I
woods.
really want.
Well,
Or
I
just
also
more
need to get-
successes.
I
Yeah.
also
Yeah, we need to
really
get more
want to fight the
successes.
skyfish.
So it's
I'm sorry, what'd you say,
2
Dallas?
of those, 2 of
I
those.
said I really want to fight the skyfish.
I know.
Let's be fair and say.
I'm not against it, but I don't think it's necessary.
I mean, it would drop
And
cool
yeah, it's-
stuff. At the same time, I never want to go and look at something, just live into life and go, we should kill that.
I need to just keep inventing nastier and nastier creatures that are more and more angry at you for existing.
Now listen, Omega, if it's a force of darkness thing, we'll kill it. But it's a natural
Yes,
living organism.
Oh, Axe, but there are also animals that are assholes.
Is this an asshole?
It's territorial. It doesn't want you in its sky.
Yeah.
But that's
Elephants
why
are like
it's
that
wrong.
too.
I mean, the only way I think Omega could have made it more obvious that it was an asshole whale is to make it look like an orca.
It does roll 4 failures though. Also, I did say it was a toothed whale. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just not his day. Maybe it's because you guys did turn tail and run, but it doesn't seem like the skyfish has the heart to really give you the old Davy Jonesin.
Mhm.
And after a couple of like weird warbling whale songs, and you hear some distant peals of thunder, it's well behind you. It goes about its business.
I'm really tempted to turn into a sky whale to fight us.
Well, you'll be doing that on your own, buddy.
It'd be very difficult. Actually, can you? Yeah, I think it's Conjure. You're not supposed to be able to go and summon
Yeah,
Nemesis
Conjure, you
creatures.
cannot go to Nemesis.
Spoilers: the whale was a Nemesis.
Yarp.
Yeah. It's elemental, right?
The white
No, it's a
whale.
magical beast.
I think
It's a regular whale juiced up by magic.
I think as it fades from our perfusing. I hope it doesn't end up capsizing many others.
Porter will shrug. It's like, shrug is like, yeah, well then maybe people should stay away from it. I was like,
Sure that if it does cause too much trouble to the trading lanes, that there will be a guild bounty put out on it.
probably. But right now, it's just living its best life in the patch of sky it calls its own. Like, if it's a little bit more forceful in protecting its land than others, then, well, that's how it'll be. You don't want people going through your house ruffling through your shit.
I'm just as I do this so much, but I just feel like I just see Gwen raises a single little cat paw and says, Porq, do we have houses? Like I know Mort has a house, but
I don't even know if the place I lived in was lived anymore yet.
Porter kind of, folds his arm and cocks his head to the side. No, we really don't have houses.
Speak for yourself.
Yes, we know you have a house, Morticia.
I guess
Well,
that's one of them.
I don't know
mortal
what
qualities.
accent I just went there.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I don't know what that was.
Luckily, Mort has never had a consistent accent, so it doesn't actually matter.
That is
but
very true.
You fade all your failings to character detail.
So, Morticia, you really look like you're spoiling for a fight there, but like I really don't want to just go slapping everything out of the sky because it looks cool or it looks like it might be a good fight.
No, I understand. It's not meant to be.
Yeah, I guess next time.
Finish something.
I guess next time, though, maybe the universe itself should just put a sign, "Fight me, please," something.
Oh, please don't tempt fate like that.
I
We
think
don't
it
suggest
did,
that. That
but
can happen.
if we run into something that has a fight me sign, I say Leona fights it with a new weird sword. Isn't that a
agree.
sword thing? 1v1 me?
Yeah.
Ends.
Oh, Leona, I guess you're the new group tank.
Don't we need to discuss that sword, by the way?
I'm not discussing
I
that
said
sword.
we should throw it in a volcano.
Oh, shut up.
You cannot make my opinions your
Oh, you
own.
can't make you can't make this choice for me.
I didn't say that. I said that's what my opinion is.
Gwen
You're
does
quite
not
loud
smoke
with
bomb
it.
from this conversation,
I
but
don't-
definitely does
I-
the fucking V sign leave move.
I have the greatest respect for Porter as well, but I don't particularly like his hammer much either.
Wait,
It's a demon, or was a demon.
you
Summon
summon
flesh golems.
you summon undead.
Yes, soulless undead. Those are just basically meat puppets.
They're undead. They are that which is not alive anymore. They do not have a place on this realm.
Mobs don't leave corpses. You're using using the parts of.
Oh, I'm well aware.
Yeah, you're well aware, and you have issue with Archie, who has been nothing but a good boy this entire time. Because I used it from divine providence, mind you, to turn something evil into something that can be a harness as good. You have issue with this, and you are coming to me, you and your bloodthirsty, multi-souled attitude, and trying to tell me, you who use undead, that my hammer is something bad. I want you to tell me that right now. Porter is very upset.
You hit you. Yeah.
This,
Are you finished?
this is what we like to call calling the kettle black.
I feel like at the moment this discussion has started, not only did Gwen leave, the entire deck is clear. Nobody else, none of the NPCs present in this scene want to be here for this.
I said I don't particularly like your sword. I don't hate your sword. I hate her sword.
It's like, we all carry things that have their own significant karma to them. But it is not what the object is, it is what we decide to do with them that matters.
That's true.
That's
But
like,
object can also influence people's actions.
well, that is the reflection of the person not being strong enough, not being strong enough.
True.
I mean, it's also why we're not working alone. We have everyone else to make sure that none of us fall to such temptations.
So once again, I'm merely stating my opinion. I'm not telling anyone what they have to do.
But
Now it's getting a little garbly.
a little
Your
garbly
mic is
there.
like falling apart. Yeah.
Are you trying to play Batman on Arkham on the side again?
No, I'm really not this time.
No, I'm kidding. I would know because you don't know how to turn off Steam notifications,
But
Steam activity.
This is true.
like I said, remember we had quite the ominous corner when we went to pay the spring court a visit. It's like,
This is true.
One of those things, which by the way has not been brought up in the conversation yet.
but
Do we all agree? I guess just to put this to rest. We all agree Ryahn has a plan, right? I'm not going to doubt him on that.
about what?
About all the cosmic dragon artifacts he's collecting.
What, Ruby?
What cosmic dragon artifact?
There's no Ruby.
Like, I don't think
There was
Aren has
never
actually.
a Ruby.
I don't think Aaron's actually fully explained what that is.
Well, no, he
No,
said
not at all.
he told a little bit of it to Porter.
Ah, okay. But Porter is
Yeah.
Ant 1, so he's like, all right.
And Morti has also heard none of this.
Yeah,
Mortis is
so-
like,
Yeah.
there was never a Ruby.
And Leona just had the presence and be like, I trust he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, no, I think you probably maybe saw him put down a ruby and was just like, I'm just gonna leave that here. So
I mean, he hasn't made a hidden that he is holding on to the Dragonite Ruby.
yeah, but you don't think you don't also haven't explained like you've had a weird telephone call to everyone.
You also
No.
haven't done anything with it, really.
Yeah, so yeah,
Besides that.
you wouldn't know about like the plan or whatever it is. Porter only kind of knows, and he's like,
Yeah, it's like,
Also, to be fair, Morticia would never question Ryahn.
No.
At all.
but it's like Porter unslings Archie and lays him down and lays him down on the deck. It's like, Archie is a hammer made from an ancient creature of both fucking earth and sea, infected with a plague demon. I've taken like all those aspects and made something that I use quite often and quite well in the defense of, me and my friends. It's like, it's usually not the most. He kind of fumbles for his words here. Graceful of weapons, but as we said, Archie's a good boy, and he helps out when he can.
I understand. I'm merely stating opinions. I will not ask you to act on any of your possessions no more than you would ask me to act on mine.
Porter resoldiers Archie, and then, gestures to Leona. Leona, you have a sword, a very ancient sword, that seems to be harboring an ancient grudge of bloodthirstiness and violence. It's like, what are your plans to do with that sword?
I think the short still see just like takes it off her side and like holds it by the grip and like rests it on her shoulder. And well, I wanted to, I guess, when I first used it, it reminded me of something that I forgot for a long time in my life, and I wanted to see it make me remember some things and see if I actually had improved or changed as a person a bit. And I think I got in a bit in my head about, at least I think about how every story of, I guess, the Nameless Saint, or ever like people, I guess, GenSekai, always have like some kind of magnificent weapon that they bring to them to the grave and defines part of who they are. So I thought maybe that was my chance to, I guess, make something out of it.
So you want to make a murder sword your legacy, Leona?
I honestly want to make me. I want it to be defined by me, not me be defined by it. I just want it to be part of it. So,
Well, at this point, there's not much of a difference. Leona, have you everyone ever told you that you're pretty bloodthirsty?
I'm just there's a very slight, like, from somewhere around Porter's belt level. By the way, also the thing that you probably should call Porter out on carrying:
Yeah.
real live succubus.
Oh no, Mortis has no idea that she's still there.
You're right. Yeah, you probably weren't paying attention.
No, I have no idea that she's still around. Because trust me, Mortis would have much more problems with that than Archie. But
oh, right. You do have a plan
Mortis
for
is
her as well,
unaware
right?
of that in entirety.
Hmm?
But
I don't think any of us are aware of that.
I don't think I've
no,
necessarily kept it.
I'll shove her into the gourd.
Yeah, no, I don't think I haven't kept the Rouse secret at all. It's just now.
But
Like,
also, I don't think Porter has explicitly mentioned it either.
yeah, just a thing. But
Uh,
it's like you're a bit bloodthirsty, Leona. Usually, your idea of solving a problem is usually to hit it first, hit it hard, and then hit it again. It's like quite often you are covered in the blood of your foes, and, well, forgive me if this seems wrong, you seem to relish in it, especially when you get the big attacks off. I swear there's a bit of a look of ecstasy on your face every time you do.
I
Now,
haven't been.
like he says, now, normally, well, you know, that's just the thrill of battle, the throes of adrenaline and all that good stuff. But when you combine that with, you know, a murder sword, well, then it gets a little bit more creepy.
I haven't been called that in, I think, over 10 years.
Your tone of voice really weirds me out there.
It's been. It's like a fragment of a memory. Last time I actually,
Son of a bitch, Loth.
Is the memory reference to the one you told us where you nearly killed someone with a sword you were stealing?
no. That was just.
Okay.
That was just
Well, that's probably
That was
good.
just me panicking.
Panicking and you cut someone with a sword. What I'm learning, Leona, is probably we should not let you have swords in your hand just in general.
My
That's a jest, by the way.
question to Leona is it the sword or what's inside it that's drawing you to it?
It's an evil ass sword, I'm telling you that.
I mean, I feel like out of character, the distinction here is Ryahn is implying that those are two separate things.
I don't want it because of its curse.
Then why do you want it? Because without its curse, it is just an old blade. Nameless and forgotten. Hell, if you took the curse off of it, it'd probably fall to dust.
Perhaps. But I think when I first ever used it properly, I felt some kind of resonance in myself. And maybe I'm I don't think I ever let it took the wheel, but I think I just let it. I, I think I just let it remind me of something I never wanted to do, and I went along with it.
Leona, I'm gonna be real. That sounds like that sword's influencing your actions then.
Which out of character, by the way, it isn't.
Yes, I know, but the way he's
No,
described.
I just want to remind everybody that there's no actual. It's not. I have not
Yeah.
given it any intelligent weapon stuff. It's just a sword that likes to stab people.
Yes, I know, but as Axe is describing, or Leona is describing this, it sounds like he's being influenced by a sword.
That's why I wanted to bring it up.
Yep.
So
So
that's my bad then.
Oh, trust me, you will know if I tell you the sword wants you to do something.
I know.
You'll be rolling
I
discipline
have.
dice.
You guys probably. I've played games where I've had intelligent weapons all the goddamn time. So like, no, I've had companions like that. That like, no, you must kill this person because they tried to destroy me many times before.
All right.
Kind of thing.
No, the sword doesn't really speak. Well, you
Gross.
hear the word blood a lot in your head, but it doesn't really
Yeah,
do anything.
I guess this is what it is. It reminds me of a very specific feeling I had once, and
Yeah, it's the thing when you almost killed that guy.
Yeah, bloodthirst. This is not.
Yeah.
Like, Leona, I.
Also, just to bring back an earlier conversation, I take resentment to that. I did not want to kill the whale. I wanted to fight the whale. Those are two very different things.
what would that result in? The ship being damaged
I
and you
don't know.
killing it?
It could die. It could not die.
No,
You don't always have to kill your opponents.
a point of order, Mort. That is a territorial creature. It's like, as long as we're in its territory, it'll probably fight us. Like, I didn't want to fight it because it's an asshole whale.
Honestly, that's why I restrained myself.
That's like, if
But if it comes for us, you best believe I'm gonna fight it.
if it comes for us, yeah.
Point of order, relevance. We're talking about a sword.
Sorry.
But I guess, lingered in that memory. I found some kind of sense of emptiness, though it was, I guess, the emptiness of, at least in my culture, where you don't have to do anything but one thing. And in that moment, I could just feel every limit I had go away.
You want
Yeah.
emptiness? Just meditate.
It doesn't work for me.
So you're gonna use a murder sword to kill better.
I don't.
Like,
So Leona, what I was getting at earlier is that we can disenchant the sword, purify it, or something of that nature, and put it to rest, and get you another sword.
Oh, I would love to see him try.
You're
Sorry, I'm not
welcome
here.
to attempt.
Nobody.
oh, Master Ron,
I think
Master
I just heard that sword laughing at me.
Master Ron, I'm gonna be real here. Like, I know the most about light brick and this sort of things. We can't, not right here anyway. We couldn't do it. We don't have, well, the juice to do
It's
it.
something that we could put our mind towards in the future. I was just trying to get that through to Leona that she doesn't need to use the sword. There are other swords out there.
I understand that.
But you're dead set on using the evil sword to become a nameless saint, you said?
So, at least it's something I always wanted to do since I was a kid.
And
So
you're
it's
gonna become a nameless saint by doing what exactly?
It just like sits down. It's like I'm not fully sure anymore.
Leona,
I decided I could have reached, I guess.
Porter is gonna take a deep breath and just kind of do a really big sigh. I was like, Leona, I have seen many things, been many places, talked to many people, helped and hurt more than you can count. And let me tell you right now, if you want to use that sword, you are more than welcome to. I will not cast no bones. But you must understand, you are using a tool that is express purpose is killing. Not protecting, not saving, not helping, but hurting, maiming, dismembering, cutting, killing. And the more you use that weapon, even if it does not have an influence on you, that is what people will know you for. For someone who kills, who draws blood. Is that the kind of person? Is that the kind of saint that you want to become?
No. Though I don't think better. If it gets better, I hold on to this, then we let someone else have it.
I mean, what you gonna do? Throw it in the ocean?
I mean, we could throw
When
it.
reinsert yourself into the question. No, come on, Porq. You know better than that.
Someone
She
else
throws
will
it in the
find
ocean,
it.
it's just gonna wash up somewhere else. Some dumb fisherman's gonna pick it up.
And none of us think they have the easy way to actually doing anything.
It's
Ooh,
like,
maybe
I
I
mean-
thought that too.
I mean, we could get rid of it and it would happen. So yes, probably it is safer in our keeping. But the thing is Leona, it's not, like I said, you can keep the sword, but it's how your intent to use it that matters. Are you going to use it to hurt things, or are you going to use it to save things? Because right now, you're going to use it to hurt things. Can you change that?
Yes. And I wanted to make this sword something that desired something else. So, I know that sounds preposterous.
No, it's not preposterous. I just wish you had said that earlier. Then we could have skipped this entire conversation.
I just thought the only way to do it is I have
Leona's
to make it
kinda
stronger.
stoic, you know? Kind of simple
She
with her words.
tries. Dear me,
It's-
she tries.
It's hard to claim that I wanted it to be
Listen, I'm
something.
barely literate, all right?
Just like,
I just imagine you all looking at Gwen and she's like, "What?"
we should work on that later, but not
But
now.
Porter turns back to Leona. It's like, no, and that you are wrong, Leona. It is not hard to dream. It's hard to achieve those dreams, but you can have whatever dreams you wish. And if your dream is dream to change that sword to something better, then so be it. But know that you walk a hard path. One where you have to basically fight your very nature to become something different. Because in changing that sword, you would also change yourself.
Don't say it. Do not quote Soul Calibur.
I don't know so
Find it really hard.
A man desires...
A soul desires a sword, and a sword desires truth.
I had to immediately eject myself for a moment.
I mean, to be fair, my spear just keeps telling me it fights for the trees. Really doesn't say much than that.
Yeah, it's the Lorax.
I don't believe you.
It's the spear. No, the spear is not
mean-
intelligent, but
No, it isn't. But
It
it is
is-
literally made of a tree.
But it.
a
Porter,
tree knight did
I-
get bodied by an evil plant and basically do like a fucking relay race baton pass. Here, have this.
Porter. The sword reminded me of, I guess, what I always saw was the core of what led to the series of actions that led to me being here now, and I wanted it to help me confront that, even how long that would take. And I felt if I could make the sword stronger, I could maybe change it.
So
And
it's
I
a
guess-
therapy sword.
Porter,
I feel like the sword needs to be bathed in, I guess, the energy of many other things. So, because
Porter is going to cut you off.
I don't know how you
Porter
make
is going to cut
her
you
sword
off
stronger.
and snort and says, "Don't use the sword as a crutch, Leona."
I'm really sad that we did not get the moment where the Tengu was like, the tool doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I'm realizing that
That'd
now
be a
as you
great thematic callback, but no.
Yeah.
I'm realizing that now as you tell me this.
That's like everything inside you is inside you. It is not inside that sword. You can look upon that sword and see what you must do, but in the end, it is all you, Leona. Not the sword. If you want to become a nameless saint that wanders the land, righting wrongs, vanquishing evil, and helping others, it does not necessarily need to be that sword to do so. If Verna herself came down and said, Porter, I'm gonna need you to throw Archie into the ocean. There's been a bit of a mix-up. I would do it in a heartbeat. Because as much as I love Archie, he is
An extension of yourself.
he is just one part of my life. And it's one that I might have to say goodbye to someday. You never know. Life is full of goodbyes, and lives are full of hellos as well. But the one thing that will not change, he slaps himself, Porter slaps himself, is me.
Well, you'll probably get older.
Yeah, I'll still be Porter, though.
That's true. I can't say the same for that, so I'm just not going to contribute much.
Fair.
I would like to see how old I get in my life, but I'm not certain.
Pretty sure mathematically Leona's gonna outlive most of us.
Probably.
When does some counting on her fingers.
I can live.
To be honest, don't have a lot to
I never
contribute
thought
to this
about it. Actually,
conversation.
I really never thought about actually how long I'd live.
Longu do have one of the longer lifespans.
Is it like 2 centuries at least, or something? Or like
yeah,
4?
at least. The Dragon Empress is at least as old as Lemurian Schism, so
Oh, yeah.
it can be a while.
I thought she was a bit more magical there.
Well, yeah, she's a direct line descendant from the Divine Dragon, but still, like, you might have some juice in there.
I might have a century to figure shit. I might have a century to like perfect things.
But yeah, Gwen will kind of like as the conversation winds down says, "Gotta be honest, don't have a lot to contribute to this conversation. I was, a sneak thief, runaway. You guys met me, doing second story jobs, mostly for funds and also to feed myself. Though I suppose I could have just stolen food if I wanted to feed myself. Bailed me out of a problem when I was in over my head. Helped me get some real learning. It was very cool. It was also literally cold. Gosh, mountains. So glad to be in the South. But your fancy pants things, don't really get it. Just have this knife. Pause of the ice knife. Got from a glacier. It was very cold.
Cold knife.
Puts it away.
Oh yeah, actually, go ahead.
But it's the way I see it is, skills, tools, whatever. Like Porter said, it's all how you use it. I used to pick locks to steal, gems and baubles and statues and stuff. Because it was shiny and I could do it. Now I pick locks, so Porter doesn't have to bang down every door with Archie. Or whatever you guys would do if you can't open locks.
Oh yeah, Gwen, how much practice actually have you gotten with that rifle?
Very little.
Ever like takes the little deaf and like hands it out to her. It's like, how about we use this to practice?
Ooh,
I'll help you later.
this knife's got a gun.
Oh.
Instantly starts, like
Rolling
flicking
it.
between her fingers, like doing a flip, checking the balance. She's very dexterous.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, the point is, I don't really know nothing about this complex stuff. Leona's got a sword. It's very spooky. I wasn't there when she picked it up, so I don't know. But like, it doesn't really seem any spookier than Mortis's sword, which you got from a ghost, I think.
That was more actively evil.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not as sinister, but it was still kind of weird.
Oh yeah.
Mortis punched a ghost and it dropped a sword.
The sword
sometimes
is
that
very
sword
angry.
wants to-
I do kind of agree with you.
And the sword wants
That
to,
sword needs therapy.
Yeah, and the sword, gets madder when you fight giants. Allegedly.
No, we
Actually, no.
saw it.
Gwen was there when you carved up a sea giant. So yeah, no, she knows. So
Well,
you
Yeah, it
know,
also
was.
the other giant. She was
I
there
mean,
for, wasn't she?
it has like the. I assume that to be a sword that has like the lingering resentment of its wielder.
All right, we'll
But
get in the
that's
weeds a
whatever.
bit here, guys. I
Yeah.
know we've been talking for
Yeah.
a bit, but Leona,
Right.
I think you understand what it is you must do and what you must do. Yeah,
Yes, and
good.
then I have a question for you.
Well, I might have an answer. Well, I'll have an answer. You might not like it though.
I guess, considering how potently divine you are,
Potent.
take it as you will. I think there's like unsheaths the sword and like gently holds it in your hand. I could never fully clean it. Could you, I guess, purify it and see what happens, or at least attempt?
Porter is gonna shake his head. It's like, no, I can't do anything for it right now. I don't have the tools. I have a
Alright.
good I have a good whetstone and some incense, but I don't have any good He kind of like, casts his eyes upward and tries to think. Catalyst, reagent.
Do you need to, I guess,
probably need some
ceremonially
water.
reforge it with like, I guess, divine iron and sand and clay and so on?
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to
I
be.
think Porter would know. Actually, no. Yeah, Porter did detect evil, and I think did Ryahn also do a scan for enchantments on the sword?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you guys both know that this weapon is reinforced.
Yeah.
That would mean that Porter would need to like unmake and remake it. You would need something very specific, which I don't think you guys are sure what exactly that is.
Yeah.
But
It's like,
yeah.
like
I
Legends
think
from
it to be a little less murder or blood happy. I mean, it seems like, and I will say this, Leona, you have not been bothered by any like intrusive thoughts since the sword got its nice new scabbard with
Mhm.
all the like scenes of devotion on it that Morticia set you up with.
Yeah.
Like you don't. Not that you know for sure if you'd have intrusive thoughts anyway, but the sword has not been, yelling at you while you've just been carrying it around. Hey,
Yeah.
give me blood. Hey, I want blood.
No, it's just
Like-
happy when I use it.
but
Yes.
it's like Porter's like, we don't have the proper thing to do it. And even if we did, like I said, if we took off it, like I said, it was just as probable that the sword might fall to dust. And I think you'd be a bit upset by that. Seeing so hard as how hard you want to incorporate it into your own legend. Porter says that very dryly.
I think at some point I'll move up past it, but I guess it depends on how long the journey goes.
So that day is not today. Like I said, it's fine. But if you seem a little bit more, if you seem any bit more murdery than you usually do, Archer's giving you the bop.
I respect this choice.
As you should.
Probably.
Anyone else
So,
have a problem with this?
No, I don't see.
That's Ryahn.
No.
All right.
Okay, but now can we talk about how Ryahn, ponders his orb while he thinks nobody's looking?
Which orb?
You got that shiny.
Gwen just gives Leona a level look.
The Porter kind of snaps his finger. You mentioned it before. The dragon.
Yes,
The Dragon Ball.
I wanted to discuss it as well once we had talked about the sword. I don't know everything about it, but when we most recently traveled between worlds, I don't know, I guess that's the best way to put it. I was contacted by something from beyond. An immense shadowy dragon. He conversed with me, tried to convince me of some things which I wasn't going to take at face value. But that's what's going on with the ruby.
Wait.
Mega, how much would I have to roll for Leona to know anything about possibly that kind of legend?
that would be a rules check. It would probably be.
Ah, that
It's a
sucks.
little famous, but
I'm just curious if it's a cultural thing or
pretty
not.
obscure.
If it's
No.
rules, I'd like to make a check.
Oh, rules?
Yeah, it's not. It's
Okay,
not
yeah.
that kind of culture. It's a history thing. You know?
Okay, because I was just curious if there's like anything. Like, nah, okay.
Yeah. We'll call that daunting. I think is 4.
Yeah.
Take my assistance.
Can I have Grandpa
What's your
assist
no
me?
rules, Lucky? Or Porter?
Mine is 5.
I only have
Okay,
one.
not-
then
he's
I
not
will give
big-brained.
you. What's your ints?
I am not gonna do a combined check with you. This is what I'm gonna know on my own, and with help from Grandpa, if Grandpa can assist me.
I'd give you my phone to borrow.
Yeah.
All right, I'll make my own check.
Make your own check.
Blackjack and
This is a
hookers.
good question. Grandpa have no rules. No, but he is int because he can't give you skilled assistance.
I'm not gonna get seals this time, like just as.
You can just do the assist maneuver for 2 boosts.
Yeah. Heh.
I'll give it a shot.
All right, a little bit of juice.
A wheel beat.
I guess I'll like. The guy won't help actually.
Yep, this is your
Nope.
knowledge of historical myths and legends. Yeah, Leona, you don't know.
Nah.
Your knowledge of dragons is limited to Longu specific stuff. You
So,
know
like-
about the divine dragon. You know about old Yamatan. You know about Ryuhime who lives under the waves. You don't know nothing about no space dragons.
He-
Space dragons.
Leona wants to mention that legend one time before, just because he feels like he would want to visit her.
Who says he hasn't already? Ha 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 ha.
But so those of you who did pass the check, you got a little bit of the juice, as we say. You may recall, in the deep dark long ago's. So to recap for everybody, in our classic mythology, according to commonly accepted canon, the Scions, after they yeeted Kuhi out of creation and threw up the outermost gates and stuff, and started putting everything down. They made several races. They started with the Elps, then the Dwarfs, then the humans, and then next they made the True Drakes. The True Drakes are made of all the different elements of creation, but way more, lots more extra juice. They've got the Dragon Core, which gives them vast etheric powers. Just in case there was any trouble ever in creation. But they're technically dragons are a free willed race. It's just that I put this in my notes somewhere, I think in the GM section. Your actual like stat caps to play a dragon would mean you'd have to play like a very, very small dragon as a player character. So not really feasible on that level. But a lot of the oldest and most famous dragons, just set about in their business to go around and do some stuff. There is a description of kind of like a folkloric opposite to the divine dragon, which most of you know about Longu, so you'd know the tales. The divine dragon, rather than fucking off to one of the 4 corners of creation, basically asked Chryso, like, hey, what am I supposed to do? And Chryso was like, here, let me tell you about the rules of creation. And the divine dragon received enlightenment and went to go off do his own thing.
He was like, bruh, sick.
Yeah, basically, he was like, whoa, the sun is rad. I gotta go tell these little mortals about this. Yo, guys, you heard about how rad the sun is? Basically, that's the short version. Just imagining that's Porter's mental retelling of that legend, like with little crayon drawings.
It is. Porter telling legends is very simplified.
Yes, so there is like an allegory, a shadow archetype, if you will, of the dark dragon. Rather than like ask for what the secrets of all creation were and like what it should be doing, the dark dragon picked itself up and decided to go, hang out in the Sea of Stars, investigated the outer gates, tried to figure out what's going on in the elemental chaos and the outer void and all this other stuff, and try and figure out what's going on there. Since this is not 100% kosher, but has never gone anywhere or done anything specifically. The legend goes that basically for this reason, for this investigation beyond its bounds, the Dark Dragon is kind of informally exiled to the Sea of Stars. If it were to attempt to go back to Sphera to land back on creation, there would be a problem. Also, there's a new problem in that since it, this is a creature from the Golden Age. Since it left, there's been some remodeling. Since Ophelia was born, she placed Kylum, the Sky Realm, between the heavens and earth. So now there's a roadblock. They put in a detour. But yeah, so the Dark Dragon is kind of like a known myth. There's tellings of like dragon cults being inspired by its efforts to understand, the elemental chaos and stuff. All the way back to the Golden Age. But yeah, that's it's a spooky, scary story about how you should just fit in creation.
So kind of an intellectual pariah then.
Yeah.
Primordial being
Oh, so
So not necessarily evil.
outside the cells.
Well, I wouldn't say evil, but definitely probably amoral.
Well, yeah.
One doesn't go mucking about in, the void space without, maybe missing a few screws. No offense, Star Dragon, please do not smite me with whatever void beam you may shoot from your breath. But, well, in a funny way, it makes sense that it would cast Master Ryahn. Highly analytical, intelligent individual that maybe isn't so concerned about what's on Severix beside what's outside of it.
I think it's funny. I think it is quite funny.
It did, in its own way, try and insinuate that we were alike in our desire for knowledge.
I can see it.
I think it's almost comical that
I have no intentions in actually bargaining with it at the moment, at least, unless we are in a seen need for some sort of hidden knowledge. But it did allow me to. It does. After that, I was able to learn that I can use the orb to scry on locations and potentially locate objects. There are several other draconic objects I was aware of before this, and I was taking notes of on where I hear them, so I might try and use it to locate them, and with all caution and not without the group's consent, of course. But that is what I wanted to reveal about this little bauble.
Well, forgive me for saying, Master Ryahn, but it already sounds like you're playing into his hands. That's like...
What even would be the great plan, I guess?
I'm not sure exactly, but like I said, you've been contacted by, well, we don't know, I guess, for sure if it's, the Dark Dragon, but let's go for all intents and purposes that it is the Dark Dragon. A pariah.
Well, I think Ryahn got a success advantage. I think he knows it's the Dark Dragon.
But
as I put some box text there.
Yeah. But
after last session, I had found the Dark Dragon Nemesis. Yeah. I'm like,
Yeah, I've known that, but no, this is Porter talking here.
Yeah.
But it's like you've been given an item that directly links you to what is basically a divine outcast from here, and you are not necessarily forthright with that information. You have information on more items maybe connected to that, and you want to track them down, not knowing what exactly they might do. And you have somehow enhanced the object that you were given in the first place after meeting said Dark Dragon, and are, like, at least somewhat inclined to use it. To me,
also, by the way, remember that you got the orb when you killed the Draco Lich in Ossus Dracon.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's like, it sounds to me like you're already accepting the Dark Dragon's help in whatever is going on here.
Are there other things he wants you to find?
I've not made no agreement with the entity. But I can understand your concern, though.
Porter laughs. You don't have to always sign a dotted line to make an agreement.
With something that's bound from beyond creation, I would believe so. But
If it's beyond creation, it's beyond the rules.
Maybe some rules exist beyond our own.
Should I drop the orb into the ocean then?
No. Someone else will find
Oh
it
my
and it'll do
God,
something worse with
please.
it.
Don't let her.
It's like,
Someone else will just find
I'm-
it.
I reveal this to you so that I know that I'm not hiding anything from the
then
group.
why didn't?
Because it only happened when we reached the island.
Point of fact, you got a
Oh.
brain call before the island, though.
I'm
I mean, we don't know that.
Yeah, I know, but this is why. But well, okay, I guess if Master Ryahn is hiding that from us, then okay. So,
I mean, he didn't see the dragon in that dream, so he doesn't associate that with it.
You
But
kind of saw
yeah.
the dragon.
yeah.
I remember you seeing at least a draconic thing. It might not have been the dark dragon, but it was a thing.
I don't
Yeah,
remember
and
a
you-
dragon, but I know.
Well,
it's
it
of the
also
dragon.
I should definitely say in both visions it was definitely the say I said it was familiar. It's the same voice, aka voice says both times.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I
don't-
cannot
okay.
in real life speak in.
I didn't
chorus the
remember
voices
during
Yagenol.
my dream it speaking at all. So
It spoke.
Yeah,
I
it spoke
remember.
to you.
I remember that.
Yeah, it told you about
don't-
the four things.
Yeah.
The three things.
Oh yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. So yeah. So,
So this was to put this in context. This was at the beginning of the Tay adventure, which
Ah.
was before even you found Ushiwada. So that was genuinely like 3 months ago.
it was.
Uh,
But
It's
like I
just before we
said,
fought Deathless.
but like from the Porter's perspective, you've had this thing since Tay, and you have been working with that ruby on something. And I do believe you mentioned something about like the dream like to Porter at that point, but we kind of just been like, oh, we'll see where it goes. And now at this point, you're now confronting the entire party with it. So it's one of those things of like you could have came like clean with this a lot earlier, and you're just doing it now after you got this the second dream. So no, I'm not telling you to drop it in the freaking ocean, but it's just one of one of those things of, like, are you sure you want to do this? I'm trying not to. Honestly, I'm really trying not to like put anyone off like a quest, but again, when you accept items of strong yet dubious power, sometimes it's you can be a little cautious of it.
Omsan?
I will
I
think more on it. I had not connected some points together. Thank you for your advisement, Porter.
I trust you have I trust you have this fully in hand.
Ryahn,
What?
I'm going to be resolute in my own journey. I have gauntlets that I have, I guess, the points of the gloves. I have things that I think need to, I guess, give purpose to, and I have something I need to define the purpose of, and I have to be resolute in that. Do you have a plan of what you're going to do with this? And is there what else does it entail? I think it's best if we at least all know all the steps.
I mean, this is for knowledge to figure out what's going on.
If there is more than just the ruby, what else is there?
Yeah, actually, I don't know if you guys know the name of the plot coupons.
Yeah, we were trying to
You
ask.
have the trophy stats.
Well, there is the Dragon Tooth Amber, the Crystal Dragon Wing, and the Emerald Dragon Scale, along with the Dragon Eye Ruby.
You an idea of where some of these are?
I really hope.
I do.
I really hope that if we get all these items together, they won't do some sort of fusion dance and make a dragon.
It'd be a very lopsided one.
Who knows?
I do know that the Emerald Dragon Scale is somewhere in the north, I believe it's... No, that was just where the Dragonbone Forest was.
Might be a leader.
And the Crystal Dragon Wing is getting closer as we head south. So
I guess we'll find a
that's
trace
all I
in
can
Ombre.
say.
Oh,
I
well, Master
thank
Ron.
you. What?
Oh no, finish
Yes.
your line.
I will admit that I did not think much of this, of certain aspects before, and I did not connect them all as. So I apologize for keeping this from the group. I did not think it was really worthy of attention until most recently.
I think it's a testament to how we all trust you. That we didn't question it that much.
Look, to be honest, you guys not real. I mean, I'm not any better, but there's not a lot of questioning. You find something shiny on the ground, you pick it up. Oh, that's neat.
I always took it as we trust each other not to go horribly wrong. Though, I guess there's an exception, as Leona tries not to look at Morticia.
Oh wait, Master
These
Ron,
have to
one
push
last
you off
most
desertion.
things.
Master Ron,
Yes.
one last question from me.
Yes.
Porter pauses as he tries to form this question properly. It's like, at what point is the cost of the knowledge too great?
When it would harm creation.
Harm creation as a whole? As a whole?
Anything in creation.
Anything in creation. All right. I would suggest you keep firm that thought. And with that, Porter, claps his hands together. All right, that's enough of that. I'm gonna go take a nap. I mean,
I
meditate.
put Leona in a headlock.
Actually, wait, can you do that?
I have more brawn than she does.
But can you reach that
True.
high? How tall is
I
Morticia?
have-
I mean, yeah, Morticia's not that much shorter
Morticia's
than
6'3".
I think
She's
Leona.
probably about as.
I think Leona's
tall as
actually
Leona.
about that. It's probably.
by
She's
giant.
8
If you
inches.
count the
She's
horns,
8
yeah.
inches. She's 8 inches shorter than Mortis.
Okay.
Leona's like. I know she was like. I forget exactly,
I'm
but
pretty
she's
sure
like.
Leona's at
She was
least
like.
6 foot.
She's like 6'1", 6'2", maybe a bit
Yeah.
more.
Yeah. So you're about of a height. Okay.
She's a tall lady, not bulky but tall.
Porter's like 5'2", 5'10", excuse me, not 5'2". That'd be a very short Porq.
But yeah, it's. Morticia can try, but it's like they're just not gonna let you.
Brain is small.
Oh, I don't know if you have a choice.
2 gold
Come,
on
we must bond.
2 gold on Morticia.
I'll take that bet.
If you don't let go of me,
we must bond.
I don't consent to this. I don't consent to this at all.
I just imagining once again, Gwen stops juggling knives and is gone.
Wait, Gwen, I needed you.
Hey, I've got brawn 3, athletics 3. What do you got?
I had.
Wrestle. I'm gonna step away real quick. I'll be right back.
Technically, I think
If you don't let
wrestling-
go of me, I will stab you.
Brawn
This is
check.
not non-defensive.
Stab with what?
I
Though?
like
Are
to
you
take it.
really gonna shake Morticia with your murder sword?
I can take it.
See, this is the situation I'm imagining now.
Except I'm the crocodile.
All right, okay. See, let's
If you want to
step
shake me, you
away.
can, but Morticia is going to drag you into the path of bonding.
Is Leona? Are you looking Leona head on, or are you like from behind her?
Headlock, so kind of from the side.
I'm side to side with you.
Yeah.
I don't have you in like a headlock, like chokehold. I have you in like,
Arm around the
you
head.
know when you like grab
Press
your
it.
friend by the neck and like are holding them there.
Leona's like trying to get a deep breath in to consider it right now. It's just like, do I just
You
fire
can save
face?
me if you want. I have the wound threshold.
Ah,
I also want to say, did you say the bath of bonding earlier?
Yes.
Okay, you're on a boat.
Oh, there's no bath.
Uh, no, it is a sky boat. There is no bath.
Okay.
You guys have wash basins, but
Morticia will let go of Leona dejectedly. All right. Next time we're in the town with the hot spring, and then she'll just point at her eyes and point at Leona, and then go back under the deck.
I need to practice how to hide myself more.
Gwen, I think, just throws
can
off one of the
find you.
canvases, like holding down a box. You've got to learn on your escapes.
I probably should have, though. I think it's more just my issue because the sword. I think the sword's on the ground because like she like
Yeah,
dropped
you
it,
kinda,
and it was like so it's like
should've-
I think because I just have a Mort is kind of unpermanent as an existence entirely. That if I caused harm to them but didn't feel like it'd be morally questionable, I should probably worry about that. I'm not sure if I can.
Didn't Mort try and do a prank on Captain Pepper once, and she shot him?
It
That's
did
because my
happen.
other self was an idiot. Don't prank people with guns.
I have a. I guess I need to have a gun now.
I
Again.
wasn't
Just,
pranking you. I was being very honest in my sensibilities.
That's okay. I know where Morticia keeps all her shit.
Of course you do.
I learned hiding things from you is pointless.
Gwen, how about I teach you how to use a knife?
This is actually a very good question. What is your ranks in melee light?
She probably has more actually. It's more just she's gonna let Gwen try using a sword. See if that does anything. It's mostly because Gwen at least has I think 4 agility, so she can actually wield the other sword and not fumble it horribly.
Yeah.
Because the sword's oddly hard to use for bows.
Which one? The
For Kitsuyakawa.
Hiragana?
Yeah.
Oh, Kitsukawa? I mean, she's not gonna pick it. She's not gonna wield it.
Fair. The Kuragana is a normal sword though. Like I bet I'll like teach her how to use a longer blade if needed.
Oh no, she knows all that.
Hmm.
Like I
She's
said, she's
like-
melee 3. She's aware of what's up.
Hmm.
Got 3 knives, man.
Morticia does not have any melee light, so you could probably teach her.
All I will say is this is how you do bathing from a skyship.
Woo! I mean, yeah, kinda. You probably just hop on the rope when you go low.
But how does it rain?
Sorry,
Actually.
I just saw Lot's post here. The bath of bonding is called the sea, with all caps. The ocean.
The place you don't come
No,
back
no,
from.
that's not a bonding bath. It'd be funny, but
I mean, if you do another beach episode, you could get some beach pork ball in again, or some beach
Yeah.
pork ball.
But yeah, Leona has a better range than Gwen. I think she can at least teach her, I guess, how to shoot a bit better. Let's do that. It's like,
Oh,
are you
yeah,
used to
she's
using?
range 2. She's
Leona's range 3,
Later
so
back.
she at least teach her a little
Yeah.
bit. Do that.
you know probably
You had to
take
listen to
some
all of our issues. Might as well at least help you with
chance,
something.
you know. It's me. I don't got any issues. You know, just
How many people did you pickpocket like in last week?
this week, none.
that's not an issue, that's a talent.
Also, what she said. You know, I'm just farthest away I've ever been from home.
Did you have a place to call home?
Yes, actually. I think she, like, kicks you in the shin.
Yeah,
What, you don't remember my backstory?
The snow place, right?
Yeah, I'm from up north. Near the border of the Highlands.
Yeah.
Father was a night watchman.
I did remember that.
Do you regret being here with us?
She
a
kind
way
of
with
like tilts
questions,
her head,
Leona.
flicks her ears, tail kind of shakes back and forth, and says, "Leona, you don't hang out much with Anima, do you?"
You're like one of the only
Hold
like
it.
3 I know.
Yeah, no. Okay, so I can see in the dark. I can hear probably better than you. Very agile, good at falling from heights. I'm Totem of the Cat, okay? You ever met a house cat? This is an actual genuine question. I've never been to Longu. I don't know if you have cats.
Like, please clarify. I think I've seen a house cat. I'm not sure if it's common though.
Yes, it's a house cat. They are everywhere.
Okay. I think we have
World
like pet
domination
lizards.
is house cats game, so
Yeah.
they have
Fair.
to be everywhere.
I just thought we'd have like
All right, I'm back.
rumblings,
Yeah.
like
no,
like like
no,
like
no. There's,
Minecraft.
there's,
We'd have
there's
like pet.
normalized house
No.
cats.
Have you seen Japan? Cats,
Yeah, they fucking love
they're
cats.
arguably more obsessed with cats than the U.S.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
But yeah, she says, "You ever met a house cat?" Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like it's my totem of the cat. If I didn't want to be here, I wouldn't be here. It'd be like trying to pick up a cat when it doesn't want to be picked up. Yes, I can go all boneless. Do not try it. She holds up a
Mortis
warning
just
finger
said
at
the
you.
looms in the background.
I also have claws. So yeah, no, I'm here because I want to be. This is way more fun than whatever I was doing. Also, ironically, I think actually less likely to get me killed.
Rude.
Porter is very good at that.
Well, yeah, that too. That's also what I was thinking. But also just in general, freelance cut person's not, really all that lucrative or productive or safe.
I never got to see it, but did you finally get your license? Actually, how did your license look out?
Yeah, hey, I'm here. I'm a licensed adventurer.
I never actually got to see it.
Pretty easy.
You mentioned you
pretty
got
easy
it.
on me. Just pulls out her card, tucks it away in one of her many, many pockets because you gave her the fucking smuggler coat, which has extra dimensional pockets.
I mean, she liked it, so hey.
Who doesn't? Let me use more pockets, but all right. Are we all done with the talkings?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
Leona was trying to bond with Gwen a little, but also Leona has one presence. So it's well-meaning but slightly awkward.
Even in the best of times.
Did you actually do the wrestling match?
No.
Son of a bitch.
No.
All right.
I think I just stopped.
Morticia realized the only bathing facilities on the airship are your wash basins and your cabins. Though, I mean, I'm not going to say that somebody couldn't try and talk Ruth into turning some of the excess exhaust into a steam room, but that means you're going to do some
No, I
work
don't want to
tonight.
trouble them.
It's like a hazard.
Me and Leona will have our bonding time.
Yeah.
I don't feel. I'm not ready for this.
You will be ready.
I never will be. Go away.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. So we can wrap up the day. Magician goes back below decks to finish the armor she's working on. The rest of you can work out on the rest of your stuff, and your day progresses as normal. You can rack up another Healy Bop if anybody's got any wounds left.
Do I got any wounds left?
I'm good. Sure. I guess we should heal.
And you guys will go to bed as normal.
Yeah.
All right.
I want to see if Uchi.
Oh wait, actually no. After dinner, Aren, I forget. Did Porter ever talk to you about Rel? Rel's bottle? I forget.
Damn, I forgot about that. Yeah.
No.
Not in detail.
No. Okay. Then after I know shame on me for saying if the talking's done, but I forgot that I did want to actually bring this.
Yeah.
up.
Yeah. No.
But after dinner, so it'll be a time. Porter will try and will wave over to Master Ryan's like, Master Ryahn, a moment if you would.
Of course. I'll head over to, Porter.
I was like, sorry to bug you, but how? He kind of fumbles over his word a little bit. How familiar you are with building tiny houses? Like ship in a bottle, but more. He gesticulates a bit here.
Keep in mind, by the way, you guys canonically, even before this part, have found a ship in the bottle. That's
Yes.
something you got from the
It's over at
the
it's at-
Merdricon.
yeah, it's
Yeah, it's
the-
on Mort's mantelpiece right now.
Yeah. It's like, but more like a functional living spice. You know, like dollhouse, but tinier. Maybe inside a bottle, a spirit bottle.
Ryan briefly kind of glances down at where the gourd is.
Yep.
I would have to maybe get some specialized tools like magnifying glass and some smaller tools than even my. Or actually, 1 second. Pull out my all-in-one tool and try and like have it produce like tiny tools.
Yeah, I mean, I think it could shapeshift into any tool you need. So I think it can you try and turn it into a pair of tweezers, and it does.
I'd probably have to give it a little bit of practice before trying to make a honest attempt, something that would be livable. But I believe I could probably do it.
Could you, like, maybe just instruct me on how to do it? Master Ryahn, no offense. Trust me, the fact that you are willing to do it makes my heart sing. But don't you have, like, a to-do list that's only growing bigger, not smaller?
Like 12 things on it, yes.
Porter starts counting on his fingers and runs out of fingers.
Yes, but I mean, if my to-do list ever ran out, I don't know what I would do. But I understand why you say it. Yes, I can. Unless you want to borrow my all-in-one tool, we can maybe when we get to Ombre, I can try and find some of the required small tools and give you some basic instruction. It would pretty much be a small-scale building of a house in general. So yeah, we could definitely work on that.
Yeah. It's like, I don't want to put it squarely on your shoulders. Like I said, it is a bit of a selfish request in more ways than one.
We need to hook up Porter. We need to go to the GW store and hook up Porter with his complete minis kit. I need all the brushes, all the paint pots.
We also I think everyone just needs to get an AI, honestly.
But
I don't know if anybody's. Actually, this reminds me of a conversation you guys were having with 7 days. I don't actually know what everybody's encumbrance thresholds are like right now. I know you've got your vaults just in case, but I don't know what shit you've got about your person.
I'm actually okay.
Days.
I actually get mine balanced.
It's like, I appreciate it, Master Ryahn.
Of course.
All right, but once we get to Ombre, I'm probably gonna have to do a bit of a shopping trip to unload the fish and make some sales here. If you wouldn't mind coming along, and we can finding what tools and materials I need to make a luxury house spirit bottle. There's got to be a better name than that. He says as he waves goodbye and heads off.
And the penthouse
luxury
containment
bottle,
jar.
I don't know.
The penthouse spirit bottle. The luxury ball.
Yeah. What Aren said, the luxury bottle.
Luxury bottle. Okay, I'm sorry, I did not hear that.
Yeah.
All right. Anything further?
Not for me.
All right. Everybody good to have a sleep?
Yeah, I think it's like a background thing. I think just in between stuff. I think Leona's gonna try to get Uchiwara and Gwen to see if they like each other, but that's another thing.
Who
I can
put
tell
a
you the
kitty
answer to
in a
that one.
Pokeball?
Oh, that's adorable.
I mean, I'm looking at it. I think there's a jump cut.
Yeah, there is a jump cut, but still.
Oh, it's 100% a cut.
It's still very, very cute.
It's very cute.
Boop.
Listen, kittens are very small and very flexible. They don't
are
give
also
a
cute.
shit about most things.
Yeah. And as Gwen mentioned earlier, if a cat really didn't want to go in the ball, it would not go in the ball.
Correct. What's the phrase from Calvin and Hobbes? 5 of the 6 points of a cat end in knives.
Yeah. God, that comic was good.
Yeah. Anyway, all right. You go to sleep. Oh, right. I was gonna say, I can tell you right now. Not like they're not gonna hate each other or anything. But remember, Uchiwara is the animal spirit of a raccoon dog of a tanuki, and Gwen is a cat. So no, they do not really.
They just seem kind of similar, so I just felt like they'd weirdly get
What?
along with her.
Wow, Axe, way to show your
I
fantasy
meant
racism
personality
there.
wise.
They're not similar personality-wise at all.
No, they're not. How is that?
Fucking Uchiwata is servile and a trickster.
This-
No.
Gwen
It's-
is fucking brash, reckless, and I wouldn't say she's not necessarily a trickster,
Pragmatic?
but she's cunning.
Okay.
If you wanted to make the point that Uchiwata is similar to Grimalkin, then I would kind of agree with you, personality.
I don't know that one though.
Fun fact: Grimalkin and Gwen get along great, but that's because they are both cats.
Yeah.
Okay, I took it as more of being like as they were both. I guess I guess I thought Gwen being more of just cutthroat, as being kind of more.
She's definitely very
Mischievous.
more pragmatic, but that's
So I guess I just took it wrong. Never mind then.
not really that well. If that's a quality you think Uchiwata has, that is not correct.
It's not. I was more thinking it would overlap enough to be like maybe they'd like
No,
each other over
no.
something stupid.
Yeah, they don't really.
But that is completely a failing on my part.
I feel like Gwen is probably the second most pragmatic person in our group.
Probably, I think. What? You think Ryan's at the top?
Ryahn is probably
Yeah.
Ryahn, then Gwen, then probably Leona or me. No offense, Porter. You're probably at the bottom of my list for like pragmatism, because you're much more emotion focused,
Yeah, I tend to be. Yeah.
which is a positive
I
thing.
think you're also less moral, so I think it balances out.
Wait, did you say less moral or more?
Morticia is
The
not
most
I
moral,
will-
so I think it
Okay.
balances
I
out.
will
Yeah, I was about
argue
to say, I
this
was
to
like,
the
wait a minute.
death. Neither Morticia or Mortis have been particularly amoral. I don't know where you're getting this from. I feel like I'm being
That
gaslit
wasn't
here.
directed at you.
You said and Dallas, so Dallas is out.
What?
There was some there. No, I think there was some confusion there. Lost says he also heard like less moral earlier, so no, we got more. He means more moral. But yeah, that's. I've had Gwen's motivations up there for they've been well known to you for a while.
Yeah.
No, her strong suits are desire for expertise and strength independent. Like she is really good at going her own way, looking out for herself, and her big motivating factor is just be better.
I need to figure out those actual qualities now.
Granted, Morticia is less moral than Mortis, but that's not saying that
Yeah.
much because Mortis was like awful stupid.
Also, that's the reason why she probably got a little annoyed at Leona about the you like being here is remember her fear is isolation. She doesn't actually like being alone. She can take care
she's
of
like most
herself, but
cats.
she doesn't like to be alone.
No, it's fair.
She'll push you away, but like she doesn't actually want you to leave.
Well, see, this is why you occasionally just gotta give her head pads and just go.
Yeah. This is the context of being around cats. Is they don't want you to smother them, but don't leave them alone.
I guess I
Give
gave
them
her a
space,
treat in
but
the
not
form
too
of a
much
gun
space.
knife gun.
She did.
Just
She
fight
did.
me with
Doesn't
your
appreciate
claws. No, don't go away.
Exactly.
Fight with claws. No, don't go away.
All right, so sorry. The reason why I asked for everybody to clarify and stuff is before it's the night before you arrive. You guys weren't delayed too much, though. Again, there's maybe a little bit of a huff and a puff in the ship right now, to get ironed out. You are probably going to arrive sometime in the morning, because you don't like anchor, like weigh anchor at night, but you do usually go low and slow at night because it's fucking dark.
Yar.
But you're in the air where, usually large skyfish aside, you don't have to worry about running into anything. But you slow her down and let her cruise. So you're probably gonna arrive sometime in the morning, after sunup.
Oh, someone's
And,
knocking. Be right back.
No, okay. This is a shame because I've got a transition for Porter. Actually, I don't know if Lucky paused, but I'm gonna pause the audio real quick myself, and I'll be right back. Actually, I'm gonna go run to the bathroom real quick.
All right.
Sorry, what?
The Dark Dragon. Huh?
Sorry, no. Ignore me.
I guess everything relatively has went well so far.
So while they're away for the moment, Dallas.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you have been keeping watch on the Cabal channel at all or watched the What's Up, but I was planning on running a 2 or 3 session adventure around the end of October.
Okay.
Going with kind of the Halloween season, there's going to be a little bit of horror, a little bit of survival, a little bit of mystery and stuff.
Okay.
And you are free if you want to join. You can.
Oh, that sounds fun. No, I'm down for it.
All right.
I will.
Since it is effectively at the moment everyone in this group that's interested in it, I will probably talk to Omega, see if we can just take a cut maybe from GenSekai for the 2 or 3 sessions while we do it.
Yeah, 'cause-
We probably need to have like a zero just to, I guess, coordinate so we'll like at least have people that would work together.
I'm
So,
going to have like a character creation document, which I'm currently working on. Only Lucky has actually went and made a character so this early, but effectively opening is there's an island that's owned by a rich patron of the sciences. It's a summer house, so
All right, I'm back.
him and his family and friends are there. Welcome back, Lucky. I'm just describing to Dallas
I went to the restroom.
the scenario.
Oh, okay. So we got some more time. All right, I'll step back way
Oh.
again.
I was back.
I'll finish later after session. Dallas,
Or, I don't know.
Okay.
welcome
I
back.
came back, and then Lucky was like he was gonna go again.
No, I'm.
Oh, okay.
He just wasn't aware that you had left.
Yes, sorry, I stepped out. So I. All right. I've reactivated the thing. All right, and we're all here and present, right?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. I actually have a trivia thing from based on what Loth said, not just now, but before. But I'll get to that later because I have a lead-in for Porter that I've been trying to do for like 20 minutes.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Sorry, but I just want to make that clear. It's night. Porter, you're dreaming. You receive a dream. So, in your dream, you find yourself in a silent city of unfamiliar architecture. Doesn't really match any of the styles you've seen before. There's trees with pale bark but golden leaves of permanent autumn, so kind of that yellow-orange color.
Mm-hmm.
Autumnal leaves just kind of gently drift down from the sky like snowflakes. But as you're kind of, in this space in the dream, you can constantly hear in the background a persistent ticking noise. Tick, 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 like the movement of a clock.
Mm-hmm.
In your dream, you are tending to a garden filled with twin violet, which is a sacred flower to Dio.
Mm-hmm.
And as you are like kind of in your dream aware of what you're doing, you kind of look up and see in the garden there are 3 statues. There's a statue of a mother and a child. There is a statue of a young saint and a statue of an angel of death. As in your dream, you become aware of what each statue is and recognize them. All of your surroundings, the statues, the plants, the city, become grains of sand. And they kind of slowly pour down into the ground and pool into a large dune. And then that dune sinks in, forming, a depression, a sinkhole. Inside the hole, as the sands keep falling in, you can see slowly the bones of dragons and giants, it looks like, becoming uncovered, and then even Lemurian-style armor, and then the bottom of the pit kind of keeps falling and falling until there is a dark void. In that void, you can see 5 dark lights, kind of like darker glimmers, and 1 shining bright one. And then before you can, like, Porter in his dream can kind of like make any sense of that ticking sound gets louder and faster. Tick, 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 tick. And then you wake up as you hear a distant, peal of thunder. At your bedside, Porter, there is a small vase, which now has a set of twin violets in it.
Oh, dream interpretation was never my thing.
Well, that's what you get for being an oracle.
Mm-hmm.
It's a
Oh,
weird shit on the dream phone.
I gotta write that down. Someone write that down. I'll write that down. Archie, can you write that down? No. All right.
Oh, can you write that
Archie,
down?
What?
Rel, can you write that down? You're good at that, right?
No, Rel has not become Succubus Secretary yet. We are still working out the kinks in that contract.
Also, if he did actually ask her, she would be like, "With what?" I seem to have left my tablet at school. I can actually, by the way, if you want me to just dump the text of all that,
Please, I would like to. Porter will actually, since he got woken up, he's like, he has to write it down before he forgets it.
All right. And while taking some notes there. Also, by the way, what I wanted to say earlier about what Loth said, knife plus rifle, knifle. I actually learned the other day that the oldest term we have for bayonet, though bayonet is also very old, might just refer to a type of French knife, though. The oldest historical term we have for that, though, that tactic is Chinese, and it is literally gunblade. Like, it's literally translated as gunblade, and I was just like, that's very cute. I'll remember this for later.
Also, I vote. I want to kick Loth's ass right now.
What?
Because I just learned that there's an island called the McDonald's Islands, and Australia owns it, and not America, and I find that offensive.
Anyway.
We gotta fight him.
Fight him. All right.
Well, Loth does the correct Australian thing. Fuck off, Wiffle. All right, yes. And by the way, yes, Porter, you have, like I said, this vase probably existed at your like little bedside vanity because you guys all have individual cabins on the Heavenly Maiden.
Mm-hmm.
So this vase may have existed already, but now there's just a little spring of Twin Violet in there.
Well, I should take care of the Twin Violet, at least for as long as I can. I will take the vase and the Twin Violet.
Yep.
But Sacred Flower to Dio, 3 statues, Young Saint. A question, Omega. Can I make knowledge checks on individual parts of this dream to maybe get some sort of interpretation out of them, and try to piece together what this may mean?
No.
No. Okay.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a little ambiguous. If
Right
you
on.
want to ask for any clarifying questions about what some symbols might mean to Porter, I can try and offer a little bit of guidance, but there's definitely supposed to be a little bit of interpretation here.
All right. Then I will leave it be for now.
Bring it up to the others because I feel like all of us have different ideas.
Probably.
About what time did Porter get waken up? Just in the morning?
Probably pre-dawn.
All right. Well then,
like the last hour of Karka.
Then he will probably write down what he saw, then do his morning meditation. So, I guess it's an early day.
So yeah, Twin Violets are actually a thing, and yes, they are. Basically, imagine like a normal violet, but every single bloom or sprig is doubled. It's twinned. All right, okay. So morning comes. You guys all get on. Probably get on the deck early. After breakfast, you're looking out, and so Leona, I know, likes to keep on the top deck, and the rest of you can keep an eye out forward. One of your lookouts, calls out, not Landhill, obviously, because you can probably see the coastline for a while, because, you know what you're looking for, but the city is ahead. The distant view of Ombre is quite unique compared to the other cities in the Polis League you've seen so far, and you've seen quite a few of them from the air, So Ombre is a patch of sandstone and slate with autumn-colored roofs. Very, very faint bands of greenery you can see. And it is basically like this shape, this color in almost like an island caught between, on one side, the deep blue sea, and the other side, this just long stretch of whitish tan of salt flats. At this distance, you can probably see the vague outlines of some of the shipwrecks and the naval grave outside of the seawall around Ombre. And obviously, on the far western horizon, you can see the dark shadows and constant storm clouds over Old Lemuria at this distance. Just peeking up over the horizon. And to the south inland, you can see just the vaguest hints of the ancient necropoli the Lemurians built for their dead, just kind of like peeking out of the heat haze. And so, you guys are going about your business. You're approaching the city, and then at some point there, you hear the cry of a hippogriff, which is like, I don't know, I guess like if an eagle and a horse neigh happened at the same time. But, you look around, and there is a flight of riders on hippogriff back.
Oh.
One of them kind of like, they kind of, circle around the boat. One of them kind of, gives a universal, hello, I'm coming aboard, hail. And that is not phrased as a permission. And so this hippogriff will settle down onto the deck, and off of it will hop the back of a gentleman clad in, dark banded armor, kind of a desert cloak over it to keep the harshest sunlight off, wearing a cowl, a head covering that is shaped like the outline of a jackal. Big and dark, has a veil of chainmail to cover their lower face, kind of holding a spear on one side.
Mm-hmm.
Got amulets and adornments of Dio kind of dangling off their belt. Just kind of says, all right, hail. We're the Jackal God of Ombre. Kind of, looks around. So, independent airship. I'm supposed to ask you what your business is.
Porter pops up.
Steering the boat, so.
Porter pops up. Trade and adventuring.
Kind of, not a deep sigh, but a little bit of a, another one of those. And he says,
Mm-hmm.
All right. Independent trade, huh? Well, kind of, since Porter spoke up, kind of looks you up and down, notices your Riz, and is just like, all right, okay. He says, don't get much of your type down here, Portkin.
It's all right.
Do you mind the sunlight?
Porter at
So,
that
he
will parasol.
No, I see. Well, you came prepared. All right. Kind of professionals up his attitude a little and says, all right. You're to dock at berth 4 in the Brazier District. That's the inner harbor. I'm supposed to warn you, do not explore the ossuary at night, and do not leave the city walls unless absolutely necessary. Also, since you said you're adventurers, I have been requested to request of you not to bother the high houses looking for work. You can do that at your guild hall. But the streets of the inner city are safe at night. They are patrolled by Lady Yuno's Justicars. So, mind your P's and Q's. And also, as he kind of, hops back up onto his hippogriff, friendly advice. If you're interested in the antiquities business, be careful before making any purchases. About half of them are fake, and the other half that's left is stolen. So, keep that in mind. All right. Have a good trip to Ombre. Away. They peel off.
Jaunty salute.
Well, that wasn't ominous at all.
Ombre, what do you expect?
For one, I have to agree with Leona.
I've never been here before.
Ryahn will go.
We
Sorry.
pulls out the travel log. Just like
It's a
Just
place
like
of solemnity.
Ryahn will go relay their berth number to Captain Pepper.
All right, yeah. So she kind of takes you in, a wide berth. You guys can see again below you more of the detail. What was told to you, called to you as the ossuary, is there are several islands, artificial and otherwise, both inside the harbor seawall and actually outside of it. The ossuary is the biggest one. You can tell which one it is because there is a huge causeway running from the actual shoreline to it, and visible even from the air. There is this huge avenue of steps and stairs that goes all the way up to a very fancy-looking temple of Dio at the peak of the island. Which, like I said, is just kind of like heaped with these eaves of temple roofs and, records buildings, hospices, stuff like that. You guys are directed to the Brazier District. You can't really tell its exact namesake because it's, high morning now, nice and bright and early. But this is quite an interesting district as you are berthed down in one of the airship acceptable docks. This district basically covers the whole inner shore. And also, I should mention, like I said, there is a huge seawall around this entire harbor. The seawall is open right now, but those of you who may have checked your travelogue previously or have rolled on Ombre would know that they actually have giant dock chains, which are made of blessed adamantine and use an ancient Lorian mechanism, so they can completely seal the port if they have to. And have, as you can tell by the wrecks outside. So, this entire city is surrounded by a very robust wall all the way out into the actual desert. So the Brazier District is, honestly, probably about as normal as you're going to get in Ombre. There are huge stone braziers and lanterns everywhere, so at night this place is lit up. There's no spookiness in here.
I just thought, like, why are we in a place from fucking Blast? Why are we in a city from Blasphemous right now?
Shrug and wink. The Brazier District is full of, regular row homes and townhomes, taverns and shops. You see all the normal stuff you would expect in a shopping district. Literally, you guys are ready to walk off the walk off the dock, come down the gangplank, and there's probably fish, spice, and fruit sellers everywhere. People are hawking their product right off the boats. But also, there are unusual or kind of unique businesses here. You see a lot of businesses catering to pilgrims and other visitors. Among the street stalls and stuff for normal food, you've got barkers calling out for perfumes, incense, talismans, votive offerings for your dead ancestors. The streets are filled with milling pilgrims and handfuls of refugees. And also quite a lot of silent penitents. I believe the name is, the most prominent order here is the Order of the Silent Veil. So there are just, robed and veiled penitents wandering the streets, just kind of humming wordless hymns. Yeah, Order of the Silent Veil. So it's definitely got kind of an odd feeling. If you guys want to go to your local Adventurers Guild, you want to go to the closest to the landside wall district that is called the High Houses, and that's where the Adventurers Guild is located. It is roughly adjacent to the large temple of Yuno in the city, which is called the Temple of Balance. So, you are here in Ombre.
Alrighty then.
What was our objective right now? Besides, I guess,
We got
clarify as a team.
Oh, sorry. What'd you say?
Just to clarify as a group, because there's I'm blanking right now.
Well, 1, we ought to get our bearings. 2, we have to find someone's missing daughter.
Right.
Yes. Young Miss Reganax.
Thank you. Thank you, Sir Malkin.
No problem at all.
Well,
Do
like
you
I said,
Grim, do you have a way to point us in her direction, or do we have to do the footwork ourselves?
No, sir. I am not equipped with a way to determine her exact location.
But
If you were to see her or identify her, I can give you a decent description. She would be very similar to Lady Tellincall.
I was about to say here. I'm pretty sure she stands out in a way. Actually,
Oh, yes.
Gwen, are you here? Sometimes I can never tell.
Yup.
Gwen, I know you like getting the lay of the land. While we all get set about, would you mind heading out and see if you can find any juicy rumors or maybe some sightings of some strange and unusual people in the area?
Not a problem, Porter. I was going to suggest it myself.
Oh,
I do think I'm going to pop by the shopping district first. She holds up her very full coin purse and then points at all of your ears. Need to get me one of those.
oh, indeed.
Apologies.
Yep, apologies, Gwen. But you can probably find it this evening down at the guild house. So pop in whenever you're done shopping and you got something juicy.
All right.
Oh wait, actually, hang on. How do we get frequencies?
You just need to. Well, since I'm checking the price, I'll double check the exact description. But I believe it's you just need to know the name and appearance of the person you're speaking to.
Yep.
So Gwen should be able to call you when she's got one.
Okay,
And
perfect.
then you would know that she's got one, so you can call her back.
Perfect. Okay. All right.
Quick question. What season is it again? I forget.
We're early summer, I think, isn't it?
Autumn.
No, early.
Right?
No,
Or
Late spring. Late spring.
Late spring, yes. It is the first week
Okay.
of repose,
Yes.
which is the month of Dio. So people are a little okay. People are Ombre festive. All
Oh.
right. That they're not. There are certain festival days where I think Ombre gets like Mexican Day of the Dead or like New Orleans funeral jazzy. That's very rare. Mostly they are a little more turned down, but like generally they are in a more festive mood because it is the month of Dio.
Is this like one of the most like dour and religious places we'll be in a long time?
I would
Probably
say,
yes. This is
yeah.
a very unique city.
Yeah. Like I said, very solemn.
Hmm.
But alrighty.
It's you know how every city in the Polis League has a little descriptor. This is the City of Mourning.
Huh. Maybe we
Or
should go to
it's
the Adventures
on
Guild.
Shadows if you want to be slightly less polite.
Not right now.
Anyway, I got 100 units of fish to sell and a few other things. I can take care of that now if you guys don't mind, and you can head on to the guild. If there's anything you want me to pick up, you're gonna have to give me a list. I ain't gonna remember that shit.
I'll go along with you, Porter. We'll maybe see about getting those items that you were looking for.
Oh, much
I guess I'll
appreciated.
go check into the Adventures Guild and
I was like, it's gonna crack your horn if Morticia goes with you, Lady Leona.
no.
Morticia,
If anything, I
can
think
you,
Morticia's
can
a
you
bit
not bully
quiet.
Leona long enough to go to the Adventurers Guild? Porter says that he tries.
I was not bullying her. I was initiating bonding.
Grimalkin turns to Ryahn and says, "Would sir prefer me to accompany him or to go with the young missus?"
I will not endanger the mission for the sake of my bonding with Leona, though it pains me.
You speak of this as something you
Go
must
ahead
do.
and accompany
It is.
Gwen. That way we can.
As you prefer, sir. He just kind of steps around your leg in that weird Grimalkin way, and then he steps out around the back of Gwen's head onto her shoulders.
Porter just sees that and is just like, nice.
The whole time I always with Grimalkin just like wrapped around Ryon's hat.
He does probably spend a lot of time there, yes. But he literally has that void walk ability, so he can move short distances and is not bound by our conventional reality.
Oh,
I will accompany Leona, but don't worry, it will not be in an obtrusive form.
you might also want to be a bit.
I'm going to turn into a bird.
Oh,
All right. By the way, if you want to be thematic, not that I don't know if Morticia does or not, but you will notice that there are a decently sized number of ravens in this city,
ooh.
both artistically as statues, but also just there are like lampposts and banners and rows of laundry that just have a handful of corvids just hanging out on them.
I mean,
You should
it's
totally
not
be a
on
giant
purpose.
corvid.
It's not on purpose, but I definitely was going to be a corvid.
Yeah.
Just because they're the smart birds.
They are. Makes sense in my book.
I
I
like to
will.
hang out
Also,
with
my
them.
entire shtick is death imagery,
Yes.
so
Makes perfect
it'd be
sense.
more crow than raven, honestly.
That's fair. But yeah, ravens and crows are associated with Dio.
But I'll be bringing along Yukihime. I'll leave Stovey aboard the Heavenly Maiden for now.
They are going to, they're going to help you unload the fish once you've got a buyer, but they're primarily going to be concerned with maintenance and cleanup after your little skyfish escapade. And then what Captain Pepper and Ruth said when you agreed to this was basically they already had some business contacts down here to do, so they're going to go hunt for work. And specifically, you heard that they're going to try and figure out some expeditions to the naval grave.
Do they have
go
link
treasure
pearls?
Yeah, they've got link pearls. You've
Okay.
collected them before.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. It's like
beads.
just drop them in the line and say if they need help with something, do not hesitate.
All right.
Just
Same to you.
Mm-hmm. But let's see here. But let's see. If I remember correctly, I do believe that the Heavenly Maidens are entitled to 10% of the profit of the sale of the fish. I believe is the deal.
Yes, I think that's what you dealt with.
Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna work on that. So hang on.
We should wait for Grimalkin to be around for, I guess, to ask about our job.
What?
But
well, that's what Gwen is going out to do. She's gonna go. Basically, I think Omega was gonna do this, but I'm basically using Gwen as a hey. This is how we're gonna find out maybe about rumors or jobs that might be here in the city by sending out the person who's really good at sneaking around and listening to things.
Mm-hmm.
So if so I do think that was a good idea though. Asking Sir Grimalkin to go with her as well, because that could help. But
Yeah,
and to clarify, the way when he asked that question, he was thinking of going with Leona and Morticia.
Yeah,
they were being catty, but he did do a good spin there.
Yep. But let's see here. I just sold common goods, and I think those were really cheap.
Yeah, I think it was like you got the.
It was common goods, but it was like
rarity like 1.
Yeah.
Let me just check. Okay, so Ombre, by the way, is +0 for rarity because it is a very far-flung city, though it is quite large and prosperous. And you bought these in the Sapphire Island. I think that's -1. Yeah, so your rarity is 1 higher here. It's just that it would be helpful if you had the right document open for that.
Doing wholesale, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah, price per E5, foodstuffs. I think it was 1, so it's +0, so that's still a simple check, no matter what. So I will roll to sell fish. Fast fish. It's not fish. That is a complete lie.
take big hat help.
But hey, guess what? I spent like 65 experience to pick up merchant, fucking well-traveled, and pick up 3 ranks in fucking negotiation.
He's balling.
Once in a while, I feel like we should actually sit down and talk about how we sometimes spend XP. It's like, Porter, why'd you pick up 3 points so much in negotiation? It's like, I need to make money. Do you know how many coins I spend in just flipping with the F of casting? I'm gonna run out eventually.
Well, you never need to do that. Oh, what's cool?
It is cool. I love it. Thematically, I love it.
Pay the gods for a favor.
And then because I got 2 magic greens, which add a blue and a success advantage.
Well, I can give you an advantage, blue die at least.
I will take that blue dice.
Also, there's a real one more negotiation. No, it's presence. Never mind. Not end. Yeah.
Nope, I
What?
have.
What?
Forget to add the difficult.
Oh boy.
No, it has no difficulty. It's 1.
Oh yeah, it's
Oh, wait,
still,
well,
yeah, because it's 1 higher than where it was, but it's still 1.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, it's right. It's so simple.
Yeah, it's
Right.
simple.
That's amazing.
Check.
Good.
I guess you could get some other cool shit on the way.
Mind the assist.
This is a sell, so I
Natural
don't
rarity
know.
increased. All right, hold on. I gotta recalculate my increases.
Mm-hmm.
But damn, 3 triumph.
That's like 30% more than like a bunch of other shit.
Well, hold up. We got to figure out what we're
I
gonna
mean,
do
it's
with
not.
It's just
It's
fish.
not that much.
Yeah.
It's what? How much E you got again?
It's 100.
Yeah, 100.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're still gonna make, and keep in mind he's wholesaling, so he already paid for this.
Yep.
So you know, you gotta account for like profit and loss in there.
Yeah, fair.
He's still gonna make a good amount of money with that roll, but
Just guess what the triumphs are gonna be for.
Honestly, I'm probably gonna ask to specifically upgrade my next checks so I can buy more stuff to sell when we leave. But
yeah, that's probably a good one. You could also like make a permanent contact with whoever you bought this from. Like we can, give him a name and write him down somewhere if you were interested in that sort of thing.
An Ombre,
It is kind of out of the way.
that is the problem. It's a bit out of the way.
Well, if you want to, well, if you do religious items, maybe a person to like at least call, I guess.
I'll probably after we'll figure out how much I'm making from this first, and then
I gotta go to equipment. That's right. So, all right. Okay, so the increase for going to +1 is still 1x.
Mhm.
So it remains the base price of 5. However, you have rolled very well in your negotiation check, so that is 25% profit. So it's you're like 500 times 1.25.
Wouldn't that just be straight up 600? Wait, no,
it's quarters.
That'd be 625.
625. Okay.
Yeah. So at minimum, that is the amount you make selling this.
Mhm.
Also, if you wanted to, in addition to your price point, if you also wanted to secure some goods in trade, you could restock on some of it without even needing to go back. I would say for 3 advantage, if you wanted, you could block out about 30E of goods outgoing, and the goods that are best in Ombre, at least at this rarity level, is salt. Literally outside the walls is a region known as the Salt Pit, where they mine salt from the flats. So
Even on chemical salts too.
there's a fuck ton of rock salt if you want it, Porter. Like they're willing to barter. Basically, you negotiated really good. They technically should pay you more, but they don't have more in the budget, So
I
they're
get
like, "Hey, you want to take some fucking salt and trade?"
What rarity is the salt? Is it just like regular ass salt?
Yeah, that would still fall in the foodstuffs and raw materials.
Okay.
But it would be basically without you spending anything, you'd have 30E of it to sell later. Or keep, because I know you use salt for stuff.
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll fucking take it.
Salt's never out of style.
I'll take 30.
Yeah, so
salt.
you get some big bags of ombre salt.
I'm specifically saying the ombre salt.
Yeah.
The good
I
shit.
mean, the burlap sacks you got are probably like marked with the seal of the city. Yeah. So.
All right.
And then with your triumphs, do you just want all of those on upgrades of future negotiation checks, or is there anything else you'd like to secure narratively?
This might be a little weird, but can I use one of those triumphs to basically bump the reputation of the Heavenly Maidens right now?
Yeah, I mean, basically, you're doing the narrative equivalent of giving them an upgrade on whatever they're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
no, that's perfectly passable. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can say that the Heavenly Maidens were the ones who transited this for you. Yeah.
Yes. So I will give them a bump. I will take an upgrade on my next. Can I specify negotiation, or does it have to be like?
Yeah, sure.
On my next.
We're freeballing it a little. We're in narrative time.
My next negotiation check. Basically, here comes this big swanky Porq in his suit and fucking parasol. Talking good game, and people are like, this is interesting.
So I'm just thinking of the quote from Thrift Shop. Damn, that's a cold ass honky.
And for the last triumph, I don't want to spend on another upgrade. Actually, I'll just give Master Ryahn an upgrade on whatever their next check is.
Okay.
He does need to buy some crafty bits.
Because you need to buy some crafty bits too, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I need to
Has been
restock
upgraded.
some of the crafting for the projects I have, and then
Well, it
also
makes
gotta
sense. He
find
is
some
seen
things.
with you.
So
All right. But
So yeah, you were selling, basically like, salted fish stock, barreled, salted and pickled fish. So, you hit up probably a lot of the, inns, taverns, public houses, and fish sellers, and dole out the stuff, and they are happy to spread out the price.
all right. Okay, so that goes into my personal funds, but we also have group fund things that we need to sell. Because we have 2 Kopeshes and 1,208 G worth of jewelry. Because remember, Mega asked if I could try and sell it at a higher price when I got
Yep,
it.
you could roll on it.
What would the difficulty of selling jewelry be?
Hey, hold on, is my fucking...
Yep.
Not quite. Let's see. Let's call that rarity 5.
I know.
Rarity 5, so that's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's hard. Roll. Oh, I guess I get my upgrade on this because this is my next negotiation, but that's fine. Then B, success. V, PPP. Aren, is Master Ryahn still assisting?
yes.
Okay. Just making sure.
Yep. No problem.
Nothing but profit. Actually, how does this work? Does this, since I'm trying to sell it to it and like sell it, does it like how does this work?
So these have a value, so we're just gonna again count this as just percentage profit. So
Mhm.
that's what 4 extra successes beyond the first. So that's a 20% increase.
Okay. So let's see here. 1,208 times. You said 20%, right?
Yep.
That is 1449. Well, 1449.6. Let's just go to 1450 because I like whole numbers.
Yeah.
Then so it's 1450.
I think of a singular currency system.
And nothing fancy on that. I will sell these 2 Kopesh then. They are 7. I already used my thing. Then BB and then 5. So these are daunting then. Oh, 2 threat. But also 20% increase.
Okay.
I will
2 threats on a negotiation check for the Kopesh for some old ass swords.
old ass swords.
Wards.
Well, since it's 5, I'm assuming it's another 20% increase, so
Yeah.
but we'll see. But you got 2 threat.
Yeah. The general vibe is those can also be kind of to counteract and decrease profit.
Oh, then I will wait.
I'm wondering if I want to do that. Yeah, it's only 2. If it was like 3, we might get into some scuffles. You may recall that a certain jackal guard told you about the antiquities market being funny in this town.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it makes sense.
I'll just say with the 2 threat though, you sell a hard bargain, but for those reasons, Porter, you are a little over your head in that again, the people in this town, they know some shit about antiques, and so you get bargained down. We'll say that the 2 threat total drops that by like, it's 2 threat, one like. We'll say that counts for like a 5%. It sets it back down to 15% total.
Okay, so hang on. So let me see here. So that's 1,400 times 1.15 then, and then equals. Okay, so we still get good profit because damn, that's a lot of success.
Yep, you are good at this.
Mm-hmm. So that is the everything that I need to sell. And that is a total of 3,060 gold. That's going in. That's for everybody, since that's loot. Let me divide. Gwen really doesn't need a cut, does she? Should we give?
No,
Okay.
she still has over 3k gold on her own,
Okay.
even after the link beads.
Okay.
How much was it total?
3,060.
3060.
And
Everyone gets about
oh,
765.
765.
Yep.
I did it mentally. So.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's what you said
Damn.
to say about.
Yep. So that will be when we reconvene. Porter will give you your share. But
Yep.
okay. So the only thing I have left to do is I need to figure out the cost and rarity to make a luxury. What did you call it again, Aaron? A luxury bottle?
Luxury bottle.
Yeah, a luxury bottle.
Omega, I have a question.
Yes.
What is the average price of a house in this city?
Oh my god.
What?
What?
Clarify?
It would be higher than the last place you bought a city.
So
There's
that was
Oh,
20,
house.
that was 2,000.
there's very much more limited real estate in this town. And you may have
So, like,
noticed that they're
4,000?
overflowing with pilgrims and refugees. I mean, yeah, that would probably be your base price, but you would have to roll for it.
Okay. I'm probably gonna go house shopping later.
Let's see how that goes.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm
Can I
basically
use coercion to shop?
What?
Can I use coercion to shop?
No.
Oh.
Damn it.
okay.
That
So
sounds like a good
you
way to
get
get the
arrested.
cards on you. Yeah.
So technically I'm probably going to be making this with Divine because it is a magical item that I'm going to be making, but all the
Yeah.
parts and stuff I need to are very like mechanical and tiny in nature. That's the reason why I didn't want Aaron to roll on it, because I'm like, no.
So you need mechanics to get the parts divine to make it.
Yeah, pretty much. I need Master Ryan's intellect on what this actually entails, but like that's why
Yeah.
Porter will be the actually one to do it, probably with Master Aaron's supervision. But a luxury balls. Personally, I'm thinking it's like actually what's a regular spirit ball?
Yeah, I'm checking right now what the normal spirit
Like something
Bottom
like
effect
was
is.
it like
It's-
72k? Oh,
25, rarity 8.
25.8. Okay.
So, but when you are getting materials to make, you have it. I mean, we'll probably just say this is simpler, and it's basically you don't get the discount for crafting. You don't get to like reduce the rarity by like 1 or 2, I think, when you're trying to purchase materials and like have the price. It would be the rarity 8 2,500 roll.
All right. Well, then I would. Well, actually, Aaron, do you know the rarity of the stuff that you're trying to get?
Yeah, it's all lower than that.
You want to try and just get it in one big shopping bundle?
Sure.
All right. So
If you are looking for specialty equipment, it would definitely be.
I
up
bundled my house into that.
Or
No.
we still have tokens.
No.
What was that?
Damn it.
Also, you have to call them and tell them because you didn't pre-plan this.
We still have we have like 4 points right now. So I forget the name of the pool. We have 4 story points.
store points.
Story points, yes. Yeah, you haven't spent any.
Yeah,
We've been chilling.
We can probably spend some, but everything's lower than yes. And how much? Do you know how much gold you were gonna spend on this stuff?
Not exactly, because it was just from me having minor failures while trying to make it, but with advantages. So I don't know the exact amount.
What were you trying to make?
I think it would be about.
It was
usually
for
about
the
half.
staff and the bag of holding.
Ah,
Well, the bag of holding, you've got that would be basically like the
like-
conserve like half from the attempt.
Okay.
The
so
staff is
let's see.
special, so I didn't give that.
But you're
doesn't
also
have a
making the book.
price.
Yeah.
No, he's not made the book yet, Axe.
I thought it was
I
where
do need to do
Working on
that
it.
though. I did fail on that too, but that was just.
Yeah.
So you get that for the
Once again,
not for
Axe
that.
only asks about the axe thing.
I just forgot if we worked on it all or not. Honestly.
No, I
I mean,
did forget that I had worked on it. So
Yeah, but I don't think you got the Don't remember if you got the price materials. Okay, hold on. I need to fucking
Let's see, where is
hold
that?
on. You know,
I'm
God needs
sorry.
to dig himself out of the hole. No, it's not your fault, Lucky. It's. I gave Aren a thing, and I told him how much difficulty it would be to make it, and then he didn't make it. So now I'm like, fuck. What do I do now? I made this happen.
Damn it, Mega.
You did this.
Holding.
I was like,
Damn it, me.
I was trying to make the shopping go smooth.
I mean, it's going pretty good. It's just like I said.
So
It's all
let's see, it's
crafting is
304.
weird because everything is like, you know, okay, hey, reduce the rarity by 2 and then about half the materials.
Oh, back to holding is
All right, I'm
actually
gonna dump my
priority.
reservation. Now that I have my idea.
What?
I gotta go find a real estater.
How about wait a few days?
Nah. I gotta give in to my impulses.
I think we should wait till we actually have a place to stay.
That's what I'm trying to help.
Or talk to the Adventurers Guild so they know we're here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Right now you're a bird, and then you say you want to drop being a bird. I don't know if that's gonna engender you to like the locals. You're gonna stop being a bird mysteriously and try and buy a house out of nowhere. That's weird.
Okay, fine. I'll stop being a bird when we get to the Adventurers Guild.
Okay.
They can't think it's weird. If they think it's weird, they're weird.
No, they just think you're weird.
Okay.
No, if the Adventurer Guild thinks someone transforming back into a human is weird, they're weird.
No, they just think you are weird on principle.
You're weird.
Yes. So are you.
Weird.
No, Law. Fuck
We
you.
are rapidly approaching the Omega needs to take his headphones off so he can do math in his head levels. Okay. Yeah, that's not super helpful. Let's see. Let's call it getting out my calculator.
Calculator.
Calculate.
Yeah, Aaron, I'll just do the roll and you can do the math for all the costs and stuff. If that's okay?
Yeah, I got a cost for everything else at the staff right now.
Okay.
All right.
Because I found where it says
And-
Amberlight. I just don't see the.
Well, yeah, it doesn't have a cost.
Okay.
It was no matter what. I definitely think it was not intended for you to sell it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. It's a hard check, right? To make it when you make it.
Yeah.
Okay, so that would probably be somewhere in the rarity 6 area. That's still less than what Lucky wants to do. And we'll say it was delete the thing off my calculator. We'll call it 1750.
Okay.
Okay. Then with that,
So
I'm
that'd
gonna
be-
make. Oh, sorry.
No, I just calculated, like, about to see how much it was. So, but I'll raise it. So don't worry.
All right. Well, I know I'll make this roll. You know what? Yeah, sure. Why not? We haven't been using them. I will use a story L point. Roll. And then Grandpa cannot help because Grandpa cannot fit.
If only you can make Grandpa tiny.
Nah.
Well, he can push the button to dismiss Grandpa,
Yeah, I did.
and it goes back in his necklace.
Nice.
Pretty good.
So
Yeah.
that is a 15% reduction, I believe.
10?
No,
Because I think
it's
first
past
step.
the first. Yeah,
first
the first
one
one
is
just
success.
10. It's every additional success. Yeah.
10.
All right, so it's 10% off. Without any additional cost. I mean, I think the obvious thing to throw in for at least those advantages there is, some sort of artisan's toolkit for miniature work.
You can upgrade when making miniatures.
You get your material. I mean, it just has the effect that a normal artisan toolkit does. It's just that you're trying to buy like delicate miniatures work. Like small sculptures.
I'm trying to think of a term for this.
Dollhousery. Oh, I'm sure there's something for it, but
Like the art of making miniatures. Hang on, let me see if I can fucking find it. Is there a term for this?
what do you call a person who makes a dollhouse?
Art of small buildings.
Yeah.
Must contain the phrase dollhouse. Excuse you.
Like I'm seeing the term like micro miniature.
So about the real estate market.
No.
But anyway, yes, I will take a kit on making small.
I figure with the advantage, that's probably a good block, and I'm pretty sure you guys don't have that toolkit yet.
We do
that,
not.
artisan's tools. So yeah.
And for the triumph hacking,
I'm not seeing.
I'll just upgrade my next check, whatever it is. It's fine. It doesn't.
All right.
We don't need to be. Okay, now I'm gonna do math on all this stuff, and I think, Aaron, was there anything else you wanted to do in the shopping trip?
Yeah, it was more mundane stuff.
Okay.
Ryan's actually gonna get some slight change of clothing.
But
It's
Also,
hot.
hey,
It's hot here.
yes, it is. It's during the day. It is quite warm when you're not in the shade.
Mm.
And it's kind of it's very, despite being seaside, it's usually very, very dry because you have, hot, salty desert winds from one side and then ocean winds from the other.
all right. But
Also, I want to bring up, if that's not what Lucky's about to say, was didn't you say last session that Porter wanted to reload on some potions as well?
oh, I did, because we do need those. Yeah.
Yeah, you've been burning through some potions, so if you
I
guys
need to
want
get
to
a
start the potion collection.
I do have alchemy if you ever want me to just if you just want to buy materials for them and I can make them. But I do have other projects right now, so
Yeah,
maybe
I guess
next time.
I am very disinclined to add more to your workload.
I still have 3. I have
Well,
2.
potions are really quick to make, so. But
I have
yeah.
like 2 belts, so it's I have like 3 open potion slots. So I would like some potions.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh
I never
shit!
had a deal
Fuck.
with spending them.
I'm sorry. I just remembered another project I had planned. But I think I think I'll still do more shopping, but I'm more than okay to like take the focus off of us for a bit while I do things.
Yeah, if you guys gotta, well, that's what I was gonna bring it up because I think you guys will have to like tally up your inventory now of stuff to pick up. All right, so we can go to the other team. So well, I should say to Leona because Morticia would be following you as a bird, as we brought up before. Are you headed just straight to your guild hall?
Yeah.
All right.
I want to get a sense of like what's the current affairs.
All right. Well, you stroll up from the Brazier district. You go down the main thoroughfare. It's pretty easy. It's well marked with lots of braziers. You pass briefly through kind of the middle section of the city, which is called the Black Garden Terrace. It's dotted with small shrines to Aqua and Verna, and there's a lot of like raised terraced farms and orchards here.
Mm-hmm.
So you walk by arid, suitable plants, some of which are in picking season, even in spring. There's like pomegranates, figs, citrus. They're growing like melons and squash. There's also maize and sorghum grains. So those like the grains are in a very freshly planted area, but some of the fruits, like I think there are types of citrus that are pickable in spring. So there's some work going on. So you kind of walk through this area, and then end up in the furthest up the slope district, right up next to the outer walls. Oddly enough, is the high houses. So this place is scattered with large noble villas and so on and so forth, high class residences to the major families. You can very easily spot from a distance the Temple of Balance, the High Temple of Juno in the town. There's a large statue of her holding some scales. It's probably the version of her statue that has the sword, given the city's current disposition. But basically, opposite that is a very large, very respectable hall for the Adventurers Guild. There are also, high-class businesses as well here, fine dining, high-level inns, custom craft work if you want to get, like, tailoring or other stuff done. But yeah, you guys can pop into the guild hall. Also, I should note that, as was mentioned to you by that member of the Jackal Guard earlier, the both of you can see Justicars, members of one of the militant orders of like openly patrolling the streets. There doesn't appear to be any like uniformed or liveried city watch on the inner city. It is just paladins basically cruising around.
It was always like this, right?
Yeah.
Huh.
If you check your your guidebook notes, yes, the I feel like the Adventurers Guild always makes sure to identify the local constabulary so you don't get any misunderstandings. Yes.
I mean,
Ombre does not have like I said, a static city guard. The Orders of take care of the actual inner city and the high houses, and the Jackal Guard, who are assigned under the High Priest of Dio, who is referred to as Reverend Mother or Reverend Father. They patrol the ossuary specifically.
stay away from the office.
Well, you'll see if you can stay away from the ossuary.
I'm like, okay, $10 says the hot dragon lady's daughter is going to be in the ossuary.
I was wondering if the ossuary might be connected to the dream, but I can't say that. That's more just an axe thing.
To remind everybody, the ossuary is a giant fucking island in the middle of the harbor with more tiers and stuff. There's stuff there. There's a lot of stuff. Anyway, so you guys roll up to the Adventurers Guild. Yeah, I guess you're just like putting out feelers, lay of the land type stuff.
Yeah, I'm looking at like what.
Transform.
Yeah, you can drop your transform.
I'm like looking at what like jobs are available, asking about, I guess, any major things happening at the time. Like, just actual adventurers asking me, like, is there like current like major like, is there like a raid call out kind of thing? Just.
All right, maybe maybe an easy streetwise check, Leona.
All right. Button.
Morticia, are you with Leona on this at all, or Guild? Diablos? Yeah, what are you doing?
Oh, I'm going to ask one of the Adventurers Guild the direction of a real estate agent.
They look at you funny.
Ah, I see. I will ask one of the locals.
This time.
Right. Okay, Leona, you rolled streetwise. You ask around for stuff. There's not really any jobs popping like that are in your price range and stuff. Nothing you guys would be interested in doing that would like meet your usual current expense level. The general tone though of the things you get, mostly what you see, like the most common adventurers work, and even for, I should note, even for an adventurers guild, the Ombre like guild hall is kind of like lower energy than normal. The typical adventurer work is usually like there's a lot of escort jobs. Pilgrims need escorts to leave the city and go to old necropolises and temples and stuff.
To
To
go
visit their old dead ancestors.
Or like new parts have been found and it's like survey stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, clearing new hospital, not hospital, temples that are and mortuaries that are rediscovered. There's also a decent amount of just like patrol grunt work on the city wall or just outside it. Because outside the walls, there's, like I said, there's a district kind of called the Salt Pile where there's a lot of salt mining and like itinerant labor camps and stuff. There are also calls inside the city to clear the inner islands. Because, like I said, the ossuary is really big, but there are several external islands that are separate. Like I said, some are natural, some are artificial. And because this is Ombre, those are just heaped with cemeteries, mortuary temples, crypts, mausoleums, etc. So, especially the ones that are outside of the seawall are like regularly investigated by adventurers, and also there are a lot of scholars who are basically trying to bum their own escorts to like do grave cataloging. You've rolled enough advantage to know that none of these are likely to be particularly lucrative or interesting to you and actually help you out with what you're doing. They are all like very, very low level basic work.
Yeah, the idea was in the sense if there was like a pattern or is more just usual something. I was trying to get a true like lay of the job. It's like sometimes like things that are people asking openly give a tell of what's happening on a deeper scale.
Yeah, no. Nothing really like that. You do, because you said you're also asking about adventurers. You do ask around about like just what's generally going on. Nobody who is like local to the city or you know, like has worked here a while really notes that there's anything unusual going on. Again, you've rolled quite a bit of advantage on this, so you don't really get like intel, but they do. You know, you're being a Longu, especially. You're very clearly new in town. So they will like give you a little bit of extra lay of the land, right? So they're like, if you're asking around, you are being subtle. You know, you're not just straight up asking like, "Hello, have you seen any young ladies who are dragons in disguise? Report
Yeah,
here."
it's
Yeah,
more asking, it's more trying to find out who I could actually ask.
So you do pick up on a couple of things. So funnily enough, with that insistence about not going to the ossuary, the impression you get of the part of town you quote unquote don't want to go to, but if you were to hang out with the quote unquote wrong crowd, that would be what's called the Boneyard. The Boneyard is the lowest levels of the ossuary island, which were either hastily converted into like housing for more refugees and pilgrims, or were just straight up abandoned. Like whoever was interred there was just straight up fucking moved to somewhere more secure. And those lower levels, like right by the seashore, are just a mess of back tunnels, catacombs, abandoned buildings, squats, flops. And that's where all of the, yeah, you still get your rogue levels. That's where all the,
That's where like the
tip
cartel
of the
is,
hat,
right?
touch your nose kind of a thing. Yeah. One thing, because you roll again, like 5 advantage, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
You do figure out. Actually, also this is a good question. Are you openly wearing your little Saint Nocturne medallion?
I think she has it like on like probably like on like the side of like one of her. I guess there would be a lapel or.
Yeah.
I don't think of the word right. So it's on there, but I don't think she's like putting it openly. So it's like if you look for it, you can see it.
Yeah.
It's openly because remember the dragon lady put her hair on it.
Yeah, I was also going to remind that. Yeah. I believe last we checked it was pinned to your lapel. You can probably wear it a different way if you want to be subtler. But because you are wearing one, you will probably be informed that, funnily enough, the other guild is not really very strong here. They have a token presence. And you're told if you want to go check in on that to go to a place called here it is. To go to a like absolute dive of a pub in the Boneyard called the Smiling Pigeon.
Kind of
There are
might
no
want to do it
pigeons.
because they might have
There
a
are
good
no
idea
pigeons.
for possible kidnappings and smuggling. At least they hand on the pulse.
But you do know that, like I said, that other forces tend to be more prominent in the underground of Ombre, and the place to go to learn more would be to go to the Boneyard. But also, you're told, hey, don't go to the Boneyard.
I'll have to go bring that up to the others about how we do that.
Yes.
Look, he's cooking meat right now, so I'll be getting up probably in a few minutes again. But I'm back.
Yep.
The mashed potatoes I made were excellent. Excuse me, smashed potatoes. Ho, 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 ho.
I think that's it for now.
Yep. Yeah, I think I will swidgel away from you. But before we transition from Leona, I will absolutely cliffhanger you. Leona, as you probably like turn to go and figure out like, hey, where the fuck did Morticia go? A a person dressed as a housemaid, a house servant,
Mado.
actually, because you've been asking around, actually, like, pulls you up short, and asks, are you with the travelers of the many paths?
Oh, great. We have a reputation.
We've always had we've had a reputation.
Porter's also Porter is making fucking waves.
Yeah.
Yes, I would actually. Leona just like casually puts her hands closer down to like her side, just so it's ready.
Do we have like some sort of like identifying icon thing? We should.
No, I do not believe you guys have worked on any branding like that.
We should get some branding.
They probably should be more skeptical, but I feel like that would have been a bad reaction.
As long
I had
as
it in
it
my head.
doesn't clash with my
Yes,
aesthetic.
if you fucking draw steel on a housemaid
Oh, no,
inside
no, no,
your
no,
own
no,
guild
no.
hall,
Oh no, 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 no! That's not what I meant. I meant
Yeah,
her
I
hands
will look at you
down.
weird.
It's more just
No,
like
you're
if
not-
something gets weird, she's going for it, but just not.
Oh no, that guild hall. Okay.
I was more just like
you're in the Adventurers Guild. She basically hands you a very lovely piece of parchment, very high quality. It is waxed, sealed shut. The seal is the icon of a sickle and a bone. And she basically says, "Excuse me, yes, this is a formal invitation from a lady of the house, Crescentius. My lady Hesterex Crescentia asks you for an audience. She will be expecting you." And she basically gives you directions to where the Crescentius Manor is.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean,
All right. Also, I should say, because you wanted to know about the general tone of the township. Again, everything is pretty somber and laid back. Even like I said in the more festival notes, you will hear a couple of adventurers talk about how on the upper level of the ossuary, where there's a lot more the temples and seminary schools and stuff like that, they have been kind of remarking that, like, man, people seem a little more lively lately. Seeing, like, the discussions in the streets and guys, like writing essays in the park and stuff. So it sounds like there may be a little bit of intellectual stimulation in the priesthood of Dio currently. All right, so Morticia goes off on her own.
I made my short
Wait,
list. I will go find the other. I'm gonna go find the others.
Yes, you're looking for a real estate agent.
Oh, you're letting. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you said you go to find some locals, so yeah, you could leave the guild hall. I mentioned earlier, Leona was looking around, and you're not there anymore because you.
Oh, I
Going
was
off
just
to
gonna go up
skedaddle.
to a Justicar.
Oh, you want to grab a Justicar? Okay, that's fine. They're
Well,
everywhere.
they would know where a real estate agent was.
Yeah,
Right?
they're not in the guild hall per se, but yeah, they'd be out on the streets. They're chilling.
That is why I put on Mortis's necklace, by the way.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. Kind of,
There may or may not be a holy cross to you.
Yeah. It kind of like,
Uh.
notices your symbology, nods to you, and is basically like, what can I do for you today, Pilgrim? I feel like I should have said that much more cowboy-like.
What can I do for you too? No.
What can I do for you today, Pilgrim?
I'm terribly sorry. I was happening to wonder if you know where the real estate office is.
He kind of like, again, looks at you a little funny because of how you're phrasing it, but eventually this poor, paladin's brain remembers all of his obscure religious texts, and he's like, purchasing property in the city. Kind of, strokes chin a little and says,
I forgot real estate wouldn't be a normal term.
An outsider term, isn't it? It's just like, where would I buy a house?
Oh, I'm dumb.
I mean, they're probably, like I said, they're probably
That
far
was
enough
just dumb.
advanced in like
Morticia's not dumb.
the mercantile business to understand the concept of real estate. But yeah, that's why he has to think about that a while. He says, if you're looking to put, I'll warn you, property comes at a premium. We're overflowing with pilgrims and refugees every day. Not that the many alms of the church can't look out for these people. Your best bet would probably be to seek an official either at the Marcus's estate. This by the way, this is a march. This ranks a Marquis.
Okay, so
He kind of
that'd be
points out that
Mark.
there's like a governmental building which has like obviously that's where the Marquis resides, but also where clerks and stuff were. That's if you wish to purchase city property. If you wanted to purchase properties that have been donated to the churches, gestures way out there into the center of the harbor, up towards the tippy top. There are public records offices and clerks buildings attached to the Temple of Rest. Though I warn you, when they say it's 700 steps, they're not kidding.
I appreciate that ever so much. Um,
No problem.
Omega, not asking him,
Yeah.
because I would know this. The Temple of Rest is Dio's temple, correct?
Yes, that is the big Dio temple. Yeah,
Son of a gun.
they're
It's
kind
the
of the
apex of the
controlling
ossuary.
interest in this town.
Yeah, I know.
Might
I
be
mean,
a
Ryan
I'm
plate.
was
gonna
going to go
send
there
a
at some point
message
if you
via
want to go at
link
that point.
pearl.
Look
Yeah.
at the
I'm
travel
gonna
log
send a
and
message via link pearl. I need to go check out the records office by the Temple of Rest. If you don't hear back from me in the next 10 minutes, uh,
You
please
should
come
probably
for
make
me.
that time frame a little longer.
Yeah, I'm about to say it's 700
Or
steps.
longer than
You're
that.
for the next
30 minutes.
3
yeah.
hours.
You're
Yeah, if-
you're at the high houses, which is like literally the farthest away from the Temple of Rest you can be. You have to
You have
walk down
hours
a
of-
causeway in the harbor and then climb 700s. Not
You
all
got hours
700s.
of
Okay,
walking
I'll
to
give
do.
a reasonable time frame,
Yeah, yeah.
but basically, if I don't check in, please come for me.
Morty, what the hell are you doing that means you go into a temple will get you, I don't know, disappeared?
Nothing. Don't take this the wrong way. I love Dio and her divine grace. I have had negative associations with some members of the Temple of Dio, and I'm worried that they might track me down. So I tend to
I
get a bit jumpy
I wonder
around
why.
those temples.
Why did you leave me alone? Couldn't you just wait for me to come with you? Over the
Yeah, Leona just gets on the car.
I mean, you could come too, but I doubt he would care if I'm accompanied by someone. I should make this very clear. The person in question is an excommunicated member of the Temple of Dio. However, it's very hard for news to travel that far, and I doubt he's earned a reputation in this side of the world.
All right.
Therefore, it's
All
easy
right.
to blame me.
All right,
I had
Morticia. If we don't hear from you later, I'll come looking for you.
Also, by the way,
Thank
Leona, hey, you're on the party line if you want to drop a thing about the thing.
Oh yeah, I've gathered some leads, and I also got a letter invitation from one of the High Lords.
Oh.
So
No, I'm sorry. I chuckle as, the Jackal told us, not get involved with the High Houses and, never said anything about the High Houses being involved with us.
they requested explicitly for the travelers.
I think he just said not to bother them.
Yeah, basically, he heard you were adventurers, and he said, "Okay, I'm compelled to tell you, there've been complaints from the high houses. Please don't knock upon the local nobles' doors looking for work."
Yeah, I know, but the joke is, it's all like, no, they'll knock
Yeah.
upon our door to make
Yeah,
us
no,
work.
exactly.
It's like,
I also
I did a
have
dramatic irony, yes.
I also would like I have a thing I'd like to discuss when we're back together.
well,
Well, funnily enough, if Morticia's going to the district around the Temple of Rest, that's on the top half of the ossuary. The dive bar you want to go to is on the bottom half of the ossuary.
Yeah, I guess I could just say it's like I have a there's a place in the I guess I can tell you like the link feed. You can say I can whisper into this thing and they can hear me perfectly clearly.
Yeah, you don't have to
But
talk
it's like
about
I have a place I want to see in I guess the boneyard, the bottom part of the ossuary, to get a possible lead on where our actual where our actual job might be.
couldn't you wait for Gwen to get back?
I'm just
All right,
I was voicing it to you of being I'd like to. I'm not saying to do it now.
Okay.
All right.
All right, just
Okay.
Morticia, do you want company going to the Temple of Rest?
I mean, if it's not inconvenient for any of you, I wouldn't.
I mean, I
mind
do
following along.
have. I was planning on going there and dealing with something at some point during our stay, and if you were going there already, I might as well.
Oh, that worked
God
out perfectly.
certainly won't mind if you stop splitting the party.
I'll also come too because technically I'm going in the same direction anyway. So
Let's see.
So I
Let me
guess
double
we'll just-
check anything about what, because I think Lucky is taking some trip. I know Ryahn.
Like
I saw
cooking
Ryahn.
food.
You know, he's kind of switched his clothing around.
And more comfortable.
Yep.
Because he's definitely pink, and he will probably burn very easily in the sun.
All right. Okay, Lucky did not, I think, get his full list of what he's thinking about for potions, but he's thinking about he's got some ideas. But yes, also by the way, to that question about like candles, incense, and prayer paper. Oh yeah, no, like
Yeah.
Honestly, I would be shocked if you guys could walk through the shopping district of this city and not pick up a few of these things. Like I said, this is a big pilgrimage town. It is a big part of the culture to like offer, you know, memories, thoughts, condolences, and votive offerings to, you know, your deceased relatives and so on. So like, yeah, no, it's very easy to get some small wax candles, you know, some incense, and you know, the kind of like cheap paper that would be suitable for like writing something down on, or you know, leaving a little note, etc.
Yeah.
But it does sound like you guys want to circle up the wagons.
yeah, I kind of want to read the letter, but I probably should wait till everyone's here.
I mean, yeah, I could say that it's just the contents of the letter is basically putting in writing what the maid described to you.
Oh, the
It's the invitation from the, you know, the noble house of Crescentius. You know,
is there any
I,
urgency
Hector
put
ex
onto it, or just
Crescentia- Is there what?
any urgency of like I'd like to meet you today or by tomorrow?
No, there's no time frame. It just says that she will be expecting you. So
Okay, I'll just
general politeness of
I'll
things.
just put the letter away in my pocket.
Yep. All right.
I was expecting to deal with this invitation before we went to the ossuary, but here we are.
I mean, you still could, but
Mm.
because we don't actually know.
I
Like,
mean, I don't have a like. This isn't a what was the term?
Crucial, or I guess more of a what was it? High priority.
I mean, it's crucial, but it's not like time sensitive. That's what I was looking for.
I mean, I don't think buying a house is crucial.
Well, you don't have my drip.
Each different Mortis lives in a different house in a different city in a different country.
Yes. Also,
like-
Mortis would literally kick me if I didn't buy a house here.
It's like you're fucking. I mean, you are kind of on the lam, but this is the other kind of on the lam behavior.
Also, like, let Mortis kick you. It's fine. It'll be funny. I don't think he can kick himself
I
without
don't
breaking
know.
his
Wait,
leg.
yeah, I'm wondering. Wait, how would that work? Do you have to conjure a mortis so he can kick you?
No,
I mean,
you would induce a migraine headache.
Oh, it's
I
a
mean,
brain
Ryahn
kick.
might kick you in the shin for, you know, taking up valuable real estate where people might need to live.
All right,
You could just build a house, I guess.
all right, I am back. I
Whoa,
now have
whoa.
my food.
What do you think I'm doing with these empty houses?
Food.
There's not gonna be an empty house.
Well,
Let's
we'll find out.
But I guess we'll work from there.
Sorry, well, we were. I was double checking if you'd gotten your full list to purchase. What we were discussing, circling the wagons. The team is not. It sounds like you are going to be traveling somewhere en masse. The team is not quite 100% certain if they're going to the ossuary first, or if they want to take this invitation in the high houses.
Oh.
I'd rather do the invitation to get Gwen to come back.
I'm good with whatever order.
I'm personally, in my personal opinion, you do not keep nobles waiting.
That's fair.
In my personal opinion.
In the other place, we can just go.
I mean, if you
Later that day.
if you want, you know, God's advice, the job line for the invitation is fully fleshed out.
Yeah.
The other things I've got are, I mean, you know, Porter saw 3 statues, so if you assume there's a triplicate of things,
Yeah,
Yeah, no, I'm gonna.
those are
We'll
in the
probably
much
talk about
more
that.
loosey-goosey stage.
Oh yeah, I haven't had a chance to discuss my dream. I probably should after I
Probably
told-
should, bro.
Yeah, after I told off Ryahn about not sharing his dream.
I thought you were gonna bring it up before we like docked.
Yeah, but yeah, no, I am for visiting the High House, personally.
Yeah, so
perfectly
let's let you guys get a chance. Still meet up back at the Adventurers Guild.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
stay here.
Okay. So you guys circle back to the Adventurers Guild. First, Porter, you don't have to, but you can finalize any of your potion purchases.
Yeah. Well, there's also a couple weird things I need to get in there.
Sure.
But yeah, it's gonna be mostly potions. It's gonna be 9 health potions, 10 energy potions, 10 stimulants, and 10 remedies. But also, I need to find a ornate box for the pair of married Mala and the materials for a Basan fan. I don't know what a Basan fan does, but I need to make one. Because I have the Basan feathers. And I would like to make a cool fan out of them. And also make that a gift.
All right.
But those will be my purchases, but I will hammer that all out later.
Okay. Well, so long as you know.
Yes.
I listed if you get me some potions on the way.
Yeah, we can. I mean, if you guys are meeting up, we can also sort that out. Okay.
Yeah.
So you reconvene at the Adventurers Guild, and then follow the instructions. At some point, you probably, like I said, open the actual letter.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Very fine, crisp parchment. Like I said, got a wax seal. It basically, is as I described to Leona, the text of that invitation. I, Hextra Crescentia, do invite you, the travelers to the many paths, to the Crescentia Manor, on the fourth house on the 5th street of Dio, etc., etc. I will be expecting you. Please come at your earliest convenience. Signed.
Leona hands the invitation to Porter.
Very crisp, clean, methodical handwriting.
Crisp, pretty methodical, huh?
Yep.
This is the person that doesn't like to play around.
What
Oh, no.
knowledge check would it be to see what I can know about the house, the noble house?
That would be Geo.
Oh, I do not have.
Stuff.
No,
I guess I'll try
dungeoneering.
then.
It's dungeoneering that I don't have. Okay,
I guess I'll try.
I will do
Ax,
that.
why do you always try to do checks for things that you don't ask about?
I had to think about that really hard. Actually.
And I, will have
I
my
didn't necessarily
assistant
mean that to be a
aid
brain
me.
tingler, but it's just an observation I have.
I guess it's just so we possibly progress somewhere.
I mean,
Difficulty?
I didn't call for this check, so you don't need to worry about progress.
Do you say average difficulty?
Yeah, average would be right.
Okay.
Actually, wait, should it be hard? No,
That's
these are the
fine.
high houses. Make it
Okay.
average. If you know, you know.
2 successes, 2 advantages.
Nice.
All right. So part of this you get for kind of the rough backdrop of Ombre. So there are 13 noble families recognized in Ombre. They are the 13 high houses. From these 13 families, the Marquess is selected, the Marquess of Ombre, who is the governor. So it's not like a straight line hereditary title. It is moved around by the High Priest of Dio, again regarded as Reverend Father, Reverend Mother, who has a position, by the way, equivalent to an archbishop. So very high ranking priest. But basically, they are selected and rotate through those houses. The House of Crescentia is the 12th of the 13th houses. House XII. You recall... yeah, you got a little advantage. You recall some of your readings about them, and this is probably what makes the most sense to you, Ryahn, to know. You recall that their classical holdings and kind of like source of lands and nobility was related to founding some kind of religious order or militant order. It's very, very, very old. So even with like 2 success, the name doesn't spring to mind right away.
Okay.
But you would understand that traditionally they were associated with some kind of, now defunct because wherever these temples were is out there in the Saltlands, where generally you do not go.
Oh.
And just kind of like cruising on their close relationship with the Church of Dio to this point. Their seal is, as I mentioned, is the sickle and the bone. You would know, though, with a couple of advantage that the family is apparently still very well regarded because the previous Marquess of Ombre was the last head of House Crescentia. If you had to guess based on like timelines and just genealogy math with a couple of success, that probably would have been this Hester Crescentia's father.
Okay.
That also means mathematically you are expecting to meet a young lady. And that's what you got. Anything
Yep.
else you guys want to do before you go there?
I'll relay all that to the group. So
Okay.
I guess it's a good time for Porter to talk about his
Oh, yes.
game, I guess.
Actually, that is a good question. You did meet up. If Porter does want to discuss what he got.
It's like,
Oh, we all met up. Everyone gets their 765 gold.
all right, yes. Put that in.
Yeah, that was important.
Porter distributes the money.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Oh God, I haven't actually. Hang on, let me. Omega, in your opinion, with the I want to make something fancy with the Poisson fan. Would that be a high rarity? You think?
I mean, you got the materials already. Basically, like the fancy parts, the actual
The feathers.
feathers you got.
Could I make?
I guess the question is, are you, you're planning on giving it away as a gift. Do you want it to be something that does something, probably magical, or are you looking to just make an object art?
I'm always in the favor of making it do something magical.
Okay, that might require some additional stuff, probably depending on what kind of stuff you want to slap it with.
What? Did the
'Cause-
Poisson have any like sort of magical abilities, or was it just a big angry chicken?
I mean, you guys didn't get a chance to experience this, but yeah, I could breathe fire.
Can I make
It is
it?
also fire resistant.
A fire fan?
Yeah, can I make it so like if you wave the fan, it makes it like it doesn't have to be like a huge gust of fire, but just the tongue of fire just goes.
Yeah, that would basically make it like a ranged weapon magic item.
Yeah.
Or good for like a dancer.
Yeah. Okay, so
Yeah, that's probably very possible. I think I have an
Then
idea of what that should.
and
look like
you said you wanted I can amend this real quick, but you said you wanted what 3 health potions?
Yeah, and then the skeleton key, maybe that's
not
another.
getting-
That's
I'm not
another.
getting the
That's another
skeleton.
time over time. That's
Yeah.
a different time. Just 3 potions.
If anyone wants to, I'm putting in 10 fucking potions just in my back pocket just for whatever. If anyone else has any potions they want to add, please say so right now. I'll cover the cost. I don't care, but if you want potions, right now.
Because I have all my other. I have restorations and remedies
All
and
right.
gil.
it's
Yeah,
enough.
it's
I'll
tough.
get 2 energy potions.
All right. That'll bring it up to 12 health potions and 12 energy potions. Perf. All right, let me pull this up real quick and while Omega does that, because again, I'm trying not to bog things down with shopping, but I like shopping.
Yeah, and you guys have been away for 4 or 5 days.
I like shopping
So-
too. It turns out I've met so many other player groups that have such a disdain for for actual mechanical things in a game that it's giving me anxiety. It's like, what the fuck?
I love shopping.
No, I like shopping too.
Stimulants.
I like getting my swag on.
Getting swag on is 104. And so I'll just worry about the potions for now because the Poisson fan and the Mala are other things, but I do want to at least knock out the potions before we have. Okay, so the highest
and
would be
I've given you a price code on the materials you're looking for. You're
perfect.
looking at
I'm
about
gonna copy
12 hundo 7
that. All right, let me.
to get that in the ballpark.
All right.
And not that it would turn out, because that's not exactly what you're asking for, but not that it would turn out exactly like that. But the thing I'm basing that price on is the Warfan of Wind under the Jin items.
Okay.
It would not be the same like that, but still, it would. That's a decent price range for what you might be looking at.
Let me do my roll real quick. G. Its top is 4. That's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's average. And the success advantage. Did I do that right? It looks smaller than it should be, but I'm just being dumb. No, that's right. That's right. Lucky, why? Why do you keep getting triumphant? Stop that.
It wants you. It wants you to become a master, like the master
The
merchant.
master merchant, yes. But that's a 20% discount. It's
You
successful.
are the golden pork.
I am the golden pork.
Yeah.
20%.
Any other
Not just in
special
color,
bonus
but in
potions
wealth.
you guys want?
Let me
You
check.
could
The
use an energy
Ingredients?
potion.
Actually,
I want more than
I-
one.
let's see here. I'm looking at things that are 4 rarity. There are grease flasks, lure flasks.
Probably use a lure flask, honestly.
You want another lure flask?
Yeah,
All right, then we'll take another lure flask. Or do you
All right.
want a smoke bomb flask? Those are also rare.
I have a ring for that.
Okay.
It lets me do that once
It's
per
got the ink ring.
encounter.
All right then.
All right, yeah. So with the 2 advantage, you can get an extra. You're buying in a lot of bulk, so yeah, you can get an extra lure flask in there.
Krato potion.
Yeah, no, it is. There's a fucking 10. There's 12 health potions, 12 energy potions, 10 stimulants, and 10 remedies. That's like 4 crates, and then a couple on top, like 4 on top.
Yeah, you're getting a couple milk crates full of potion bottles today.
Yeah. But I will give the 3 health potions to Leona, because that's what she requested. 2 energy potions to Master Ryahn. I'll stick the rest in my portable vault. I love this thing. And I'll worry about the box and mala later. And I will do this math off over here while we do stuff. So, is there anything else that you needed Porter for?
Your
Well,
dream.
yeah, you guys met up all together. So were you going to talk about your dream or not?
Oh yeah.
'Cause you guys are all basically reconvene at the Adventurers Guild,
Okay.
and Porter starts fucking passing out potions.
So hey, yeah, you never know what's gonna come up here.
Thank you.
Crazy times. Actually, speaking of crazy times, you know how Master Ryahn was talking about having a weird ass dream and stuff? I think I had one of those too last night. I had to write it down here. Let's see here. Porter, shuffles a bit, pulls out his journal, and it's like, yep, right here. I had to write it down, otherwise I wouldn't be able to remember it. Anyway, I was in a weird ass city with autumn, golden autumn leaves. It was very pretty instance. Like, leaves falling everywhere. But for some odd reason, someone's clock is way too damn loud and it just ticks in the background. Don't know what that is. I'm in there. I am, tending a garden of twin violets. This is a twin violet, by the way. Porter will pull out the vase.
Yep.
Very pretty.
Semblance like there being multiple twin violets.
I don't know. Let me get through this before I lose the flow. But
Fair
anyway,
enough.
so I'm tending the garden, and then in this garden there's 3 statues. One of a mother and child, one of a young saint, and another of an angel of death. I see these statues, and then everything turns into fucking sand. It gets everywhere. But it pours down into a large dune, which sinks, making a hole. And inside that hole, I can see, dragon bones, giant bones, armor. I think it's Lemurian armor. I'm not entirely sure. And then the pit becomes like just emptiness. It's a black void. And in that void, there are 5 dark lights and 1 shining one. But before I could even try to understand what this is, and let me tell you, I still don't understand what this is, the ticking sound got super fucking loud. Then I woke up. And I found this flower next to me. It's like, I'm pretty sure I got a special phone call, but I'm not entirely sure why.
In something, I had a weird feeling that maybe it's connected to us, but actually looking around the city and that just holds open the travel log. I think it's referring to some deep depths in the bottom of the ossuary. Maybe.
I think that's very specific. Like I said, dream interpretation is not my forte. But if there's one thing I know, and he'll point out the flowers is, it's like, it has something to do with the heavenly grace Dio. But
and I did put a text note there because I didn't want to interrupt Porter. But since you have been walking around like Ombre all morning, the architecture of Ombre is very much like what you saw in your dream. The city has a lot of it's got a lot of sandstone, but a lot of dark sandstone, slate, granite. There's a lot of artistic accents with like a little bit of gold, a little bit of lapis. They're not afraid to work in a little bit of animal bone too as an accent, some ivory. And there's a lot of images that are associated with Dio and her and their church. So like lots of ravens, lots of the guardian animals of which is hounds and jackals. So like there are a lot of dog statues in this town, okay? And shit like that.
Now that you mention it, looking at the architecture, this might be the city. And if we go by Dreesen, there might be something beneath. Porter looks down. Either physically or metaphysically, I'm not sure.
I mean, this place has layers and layers of catacombs, supposedly.
It does make sense. The autumn colors you mentioned might represent the rooftops.
There's
Well,
also, we're
fun
looking for the
spiritual
daughter
fact.
of a mother.
Porter would know this, but it is said that Submundo, the underworld, is captured in eternal autumn.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
And the Oswald is meant to represent the Undercity.
Yeah,
It says right here on this travel book.
The Temple of Rest is modeled after what Dio's palace in the Sleeping City is supposed to look like. Not that anybody knows, because to know you would have to be dead. But
Which means you're breaking the rule.
they're guesstimating. Sometimes people like Porter get special phone calls, and you can do some guessing.
It's like Porter's like an antenna, but like a really shitty one that's been through a couple storms.
I don't think it's more like
He's
it's more a
Porter is
telegram antenna.
direct TV, and you don't know where the satellite is.
Exactly. And Verna's just like, I'm trying to get through.
No, she's not. She's
God
very
damn
busy.
it.
Well, perhaps after we visit the High House of Crescentia, we should go all visit the Temple of Rest and see
It might
if
also have something to do with some
anything
deep parts of the
happens.
world. Yeah, there might be
Sounds
something
good.
deep depths. Yeah.
Sorry, I was just double checking. Yes, the animals that are associated with Dio are ravens, butterflies, and moths, and is associated with black hounds and golden jackals. So, like I said, lots of corvids, lots of dogs. Sometimes the dogs have wings, just for that extra zazz.
Wow.
Yeah. Famous bit. Okay, all right. Are you ready to boogie?
I am ready to boogie.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Get jiggy with it.
All right. So you slide on over. You move out to the high houses. Go down a couple of streets, and find the House Crescentia Manor. So it's a fairly older style house. Big colonnade. Has large dark silken banners with golden embroidery, which show the family crest there. Kind of a dark marble facade, very classic columns. There's a small garden plot out front. You can see there are some desert willow and acacia trees, and also some plots of twin violets. You are let in. You cross through the. Also, there's obviously it's Ombre. There's a very big spiky wrought iron fence all around everything. Obviously.
Are there ravens on the roof tapes calling ominously?
Oh yeah. No, they're just. I mean, if you're. I don't know if anybody caught it. It was subtle there, but I made a joke earlier when I talked about the smiling pigeon bar. There are no pigeons in Ombre.
Oh.
Instead, there are ravens. So just think about your normal urban pigeon ratio and replace all of those with ravens.
Yeah, ravens don't want no stew pigeons.
So yeah, they're just chilling. and you're led in the gate. You are received in the entry hall by Leona recognizes the same maid. You're probably a little early for luncheon, but that's good probably.
Mhm.
You don't know if you want to impose on a mealtime.
Do not.
And so she, slowly, steadily, there's opportunity in the cloakroom if you guys want to shed any outer layers, because it is obviously a little bit cooler inside this building because it is all big, cool stone slabs, high windows. You can probably brush off any sand or salt you've picked up.
I will definitely brush off.
Yeah. And actually, probably
Mhm.
for our first, Ryahn will actually hang up his hat
Right.
because the hat he's wearing is more for shade, not necessarily for appearances. So
See, this,
Leona-
this is what you need your bag of holding for, so you can just swap hats.
A hat
You
rack
wanna-
holding.
I think we're more mentally put together the first time in a long while, or relatively.
I do have on my list of projects the hat box, which can hold 100 hats.
I didn't know those on the list.
He's got a great list. So you guys are kind of taken into this manor. Like I said, very very dark, high windows. In a little bit of light peeking in. The interior of the manor is spacious. It's very clean, but also feels a little underlived in, if you will. You can note that there's not really a large staff. You maybe see in total half a dozen maidservants. So the house is not hustling and bustling. It's a little dark and dreary inside. Like I said, the windows are very small and high to keep the heat out, or let it bleed out rather. You are led along. The maid probably grabs a lit candelabra and takes you along the way. There's just a small handful of candelabras and lamps. And lots of, like I said, shiny black marble floors with very ornate, if aged, rugs thrown over them. And so you are taken to a drawing room in the back. You're led through a light door with a beaded curtain. Inside the drawing room, everything's much more comfortable and cozy than this large, imposing manor is before. You can smell incense burning in sandalwood, myrrh, and frankincense scents.
Huh.
There's for light, there's small oil braziers and tallow candles. The room is absolutely obliterated with throw rugs, plump cushions, and low couches. If you want to sit, you can sit fucking anywhere. Just all over the place. Very high and small windows, like I said, for airflow, but they are covered up by dark silken curtains. There are very low tables of ebony and mahogany. In the back of the drawing room, there is what looks like a little family altar where the incense is burning. There's a little tiny woodcut icon of Dio back there. On one of these low tables, there is a pewter, coffee or tea set. You guys can spot in a corner. There's, a hookah, a water pipe, but it's not set up currently and looks a little disused, but it's kind of, pushed to the side. And sitting, in the center of the room, on a veritable throne of cushions, there is a frail-looking young woman. You can't tell her exact age. You would say somewhere in maybe mid to late teens, but it is hard to tell. She does seem very, very thin and wan. She's wearing, dark veil over her lower face. Got kind of some dark but loose robes. Basically a little bit like a novitiate. Like a priestess or nun, but fancier. Like a gold thread trim and stuff like that. A couple of jeweled beads here and there. Dark kohl around her eyes. Her hair is normally dark, but you can see at the tip it has been dyed with henna. So it's got a little bit of a red in there. She's also got some henna face markings drawn on that you can see from even above the veil. But you can see, she's got hazel-colored eyes. They're very intelligent and aware. She kind of notes each of you. Around her left wrist, she has looped a rosary of knuckle bones, which she is just kind of absent-mindedly counting.
Mhm.
as you guys are all, let in, bows and excuses herself. She says to you in kind of a educated but a little frail, little breathy voice, "Greetings, travelers of the many paths. Forgive me if I do not stand up." She coughs very slightly into a handkerchief. "I am Hester X Crescentia, Lady of House Crescentia, 12th of the 13 high houses of Ombre. Please sit. You are all my guests. Coffee? Tea?"
Porter will, bow and move to sit at a. He'll sit. He won't like get up on his grill, but he'll sit, fairly close to her.
All right.
And it's all
Yeah,
like,
you'll stay in a polite range.
yes, but it's all like, oh, tea, not tea. Coffee would be, delightful.
All right. Yeah. So she kind of like gestures to the spot, and you can see there's there's kettle full of hot water there, and there is black tea leaves and coffee beans ready to steep.
He'll turn. Should I make you a cup?
No, thank you. I already have my own blend. She holds up there's like another small end table to like her other side of her, and she already like holds up a cup.
Okay.
Hers smells distinctly more herbal,
Medicinal.
a little medicinal. Yeah.
Yeah.
She will take a gentle sip. You do not know how she does this with the veil. She also will offer you seed cakes. Just kind of like sunflower seed or some other kind of edible seed. Bundled together, tacked with something a little tacky. Flavored with cumin and turmeric. So a little spicy.
I'm about to say, yeah.
A little spicy, but good for the lungs.
I'm seeing a bit of a theme here.
Yeah. The rest of you, are you gonna sit, take tea
Yeah,
and coffee?
Ryahn
Leona's gonna
inclines his head politely, and then we'll take a seat on a large pillow, getting
Yep.
some tea.
Leona's. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Leona's gonna I guess sit on her knees,
Okay.
and I guess do the actual I guess classical tea sitting.
Yeah. You sit Seiza.
Yes.
Caesar.
Your thighs are indestructible currently. No, seriously though, actually try to sit Seiza. It sucks.
It's
I
brutal.
think Leona's done it for more than 10 years, so I think she just doesn't feel it.
She can do it fine, I'm sure, but it's
Yeah.
not it's not a casual.
Yeah, I
way to
think
sit.
it was I could.
All right. Tea, coffee, seed cake.
Tea would be nice.
And yeah, there's some tea leaves. Again, pardon me if I do not get up. Please help yourself. Porter is probably sitting close enough to notice that this silken handkerchief she has does have a very small spattering of blood as she coughs and wipes away. Thank you all for coming on such short notice. I suppose I should say a little about my family. We are Crescentia, as I said. We are gifted members of the faithful of Dio. Many of my family members are very powerful priests, exorcists, mediums. Some of us are even studied in the most ancient ways of what you understand now in modern times as necromancy. But the original knowledge of the dead is much different. My ancestors had the power to command the dead to rest, should they trouble the living, and should the living trouble the dead, to ask those vengeful spirits to rise up. Though the understanding now has been somewhat altered with time. She kind of, clacks those knuckle bones. By the way, Porter, also, you're close. And maybe the rest of you noticed. Morticia probably definitely notices it. Those are human knuckle bones, BT dubs.
Yep. I'm like,
They're sanctioned.
Morticia is pointedly like not looking at Porter right now.
This is so funny, by the way. I didn't write this with any of your discussion in mind, but
Just like,
God,
I'm
I'm
not
going.
looking at it. Not looking at it. We're not talking about this again.
I don't know if this is meant to be like Patricia's like being smug or I don't know.
No, it's
We don't need to worry about it right now.
yeah, we don't need to worry about it right now.
Okay.
So, you may have heard my dearly departed father was the previous Marquess of Ombre, though obviously I am not inheriting that position. As you might be able to tell, our proximity to the realm of death means that members of my family are often physically frail, sickly. Indeed, I myself suffer from a wasting disease that will very likely kill me before my 18th summer. Kind of lets that one sit for a second.
Mm.
You guys are, you're polite. Okay, you keep it in. And she says,
Discontent, but does not make
Yeah.
notice of it.
I mean, I could just start blasting fucking like healing spells on her, but I feel that be in poor taste right about now.
yeah.
Also, she probably has enough money where I would assume they'd have tried that.
Yes,
Yeah.
we're in fucking
It's,
this.
We're in kind of a cleric paladin town, so I
Yeah.
feel like
Also in a medical town.
Yeah.
That's before Ophelia's priesthood came along. Your number one source of straight up healing magic was usually priests of Dio.
yeah, I feel like this is a condition that cannot be helped by magical means.
Or
Like,
there's some other complication to it.
The bet.
I'm trying.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of the right words to say, but it's like I don't want to like pity her, but
I mean, she seems remarkably calm saying
well,
it.
yeah, no, it's just one of those things of all like, like just something to the effect that like she Porter will say something to the fact that he hopes that I'm sorry, we're in the city of Dio, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Yes.
say something to the effect that he'll bow and say Porter says something to the effect that he hopes that Dio recognizes the service that recognizes her service when her time comes.
Looks at you. You can't see past the veil, but a smile creeps into her eyes, and she says, "Oh, I am quite sure of the Lady of Death's favor.
Excuse me.
But it is that matter that I have requirement of outside help. There's no need to concern yourself with my family or estate. My condition has been known for many years. I have a younger brother currently studying in Seminole School. He will take over the position of the family. My family and myself, though, do have a sacred charge. For many, many years, my ancestors were part of an order called the Warriors Undying. Not too far into the salt lands from here, she makes, a vague southerly gesture, with her handkerchief hand. Not too far from here, there is a temple we were once the protectors of. You could say we are still the protectors. The Temple of the Deathless. Here, deep below the crypts and the monastic cells, deep below the temple, there is a hidden underground river. On the far side of this river is one of the hidden doors into Submundo, the land of the dead. My ancestors are called the Undying because they swore to the Queen of the Underworld herself they would protect this place forever. And so their souls and their bones guard the doorway eternally. However, the one who offered this oath first was my most holy ancestor. He was known as Tunkar the Deathless. I will also spell that for you.
Thank you.
Seeing where
In
this is
ages long, long ago, before the Lemurian Schism, he gave this promise. And according to legend, and my family's writings, as obviously I have not been there myself, not to give away the ending before the beginning, he stands now there eternally. They say his soul, possessing his ancient-most armor blessed by Dio herself, stands as the final challenge to the doorway. He declares none shall pass. And so, it has long been the wish of my family and my lady to traverse once more the Temple of the Deathless, delve its levels, and to unburden Tunkar from his holy mission and release his soul. And then, at this time, I will pass through the doorway myself. In other words, kind of, again, turns to all of you with that smile in her eyes. Adventurers, won't you please help me to die? And that's kind of where I want to just fucking smash cut the whole setting, because we've been here for like 4 hours. I think that's the cliffer.
Hang on. Okay, 4 hours.
So
okay, he had to wait the notes.
Yeah. I'm just letting you know I'm accepting this mission.
Leona is too.
Oh, I figured you wouldn't leave a nice young lady out to dry.
Oh, without sounding too much callous about it, Morticia does not give a crap about that problem. Whatever is going on there is an abomination that must be stopped.
So we're assuming this is the young saint then?
I don't know if it's
Doing-
the young
just doing
saint.
do a little.
Or the Angel of Death.
No, I'm not assuming any of those things. The only
Hmm.
thing I am putting into is that there is a saw set of ancient Lemurian armor at the bottom of the pit.
You're
Also
right.
true.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's many layers. But yeah, that's I think that's where we'll wrap up our session there
Okay.
with the lead into this bit. She's got some follow-up stuff. We could probably do that discussion, next time, talking about price. She is it's a quest, so she's offering to pay appropriately.
I guess we can do this and then just do the other things afterwards. Yeah.
Well, one thing I would say now, before we get too sidetracked, an important thing to note here is I did kind of make a mention, about how, like Leona was recognized as an outsider. It would have, some of the questions, Morticia was fielding as just a rando were a little odd. One of the things Hester could definitely do for you is to write you guys some letters of introduction. So if you were to go about your business in the town, you would say that you had the backing of one of, the literal 13 most influential families.
True. That makes it easier.
That would probably help for any like investigating or accessing areas, because obviously she's going to have to help you guys get permission to leave the city, because Mr. Jackal Guard was nice enough to tell you don't do that. It's not smart. But
This
yeah,
is
I
our
think that's
in.
where we'll
Yeah.
we'll wrap up for the days.
We'll get a bet today.
All right. Okay, so you guys, while we did just go for 4 hours, a lot of that was spent on gathering information and shopping. So you guys did escape the Sky Fishy,
Escape.
and we did have an actual like nice round table with everybody for about an hour that on the boat. So we'll call that 10 XPs,
Okay,
XP.
that feels right.
because this was while there was some resolution on some of that stuff, this was a lot of stuff.
Yep.
So,
I don't
Set up.
think I rolled many dice.
I think I rolled the most, and it was mostly shopping rolls.
Yep.
but yeah, so this quest, by the way, is written down in my notes as Land of the Deathless. Also,
I have a
yes,
feeling-
by the way, I do keep saying Deathless for a reason.
Yeah, I
We can-
expected you to Rallis is somewhere here.
We can talk about that next session.
I'm gonna leave his.
Wasn't he a Lemurian Golem though?
He was.
Hmm.
Yeah,
He
he was
was.
originally a Bronze Legionnaire.
And hey, there's Lemurian armor in the place, possibly.
Maybe there's a schism. I guess if in the temple.
Maybe the armor isn't actually armor, but him.
Dun dun
Maybe.
dun.
Oh god.
Dun, dun, dun.
If we have to fight Skippy Joe again, I'm gonna be annoyed.
Well, you see. Yes, Loth, correct. I've heard of writers who use subtlety, and they're all cowards. No, I think we're firing on all cylinders. Also, I can't say that I'm not subtle. I handed Porter a weird dream vision, and you guys can't agree on what it means. So we're working.
I hope when it's done and over, you can like tell us what you were going for if we got it wrong.
It might, honestly, there might not be a wrong way unless we say something really, really fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Knowing us, yeah, we could say something really, really stupid.
Also,
said
hey, by the
nothing
way,
stupid
good night,
was
everybody.
said.
Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe.
Oh
In
shit, you guys are
character.
still recording, sorry.
Yeah.
It's fine. You're fucking dying.
That reminds me, I need to-
Introduction of Plague Loss.
Lost the Deathless.
Oh, I
Lost the
fucking
double
wish.
All right, I'm stopping down my recording now. By the way.